Wake up. Get the sleep. Get the sleep out of your eyes. That's me rubbing my eyes open. It's time to wake up. It's Umineko time. Earlier on a Saturday. I say that to officially, the people that watch the archive to know what energy is coming in. Instead of a Saturday night, it's a Saturday day. I think it's important context. So yeah, wake up. Get the no more hunk shoe. Get up. Get the sleep out of your eyes. We're reading Umineko. As I said last night, we're here early. We've gathered here early because of I've got social obligations for the night tonight. Is it just woke up energy? Might as well be. It might as well be. Let's be honest. I technically woke up maybe a couple hours ago. Ran into the shower, caught up on a show I needed to watch, and now we're basically here to read Umineko. Let's full screen that. I don't know how late we can go. I mean, I assume I don't know if we're close to finishing this episode, but if we finish it, then that's as late as we'll go, because we definitely won't encroach upon episode 7 here tonight, unless, it takes, an hour. But, I don't know when I have to leave, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm half expecting, but honestly, I don't know why I'm expecting, a message to come through to me at some point saying that I need to part ways. But, that's about as, that's about as planned as I am for my tonight's activities. Wait, it crashed? The stream did? It might have just been on your end. Because my thing says still 100% healthy stream. Nothing but healthy streams here. At least from the stream. Me? I might still be a little sick. So, though, bonus, I think I sound worse as, the day goes on. So, since we're hitting the stream early, maybe I won't sound as bad. But, we get a few hours in. Can't guarantee the freshness of my voice and whatever. I feel really bad. Last night, I wanted to play the 2 games, and I obviously did. But I feel bad because both streams, I've yet to listen back to them. But it was a lot of me probably sounding gross and also muting my mic a bunch as I was sneezing. Kind of unfortunate. kind of a shitty, Your Turn to Die stream. Even though I had fun, it probably sounds really bad if I once I listen back to it. So that's on me. But I'm trying to keep it all together. So what happened last time with Umineko? I think the exact last thing, if I remember correctly, was the girlies were fighting at the wedding. I think it was the last image that I remember in my brain. The girlies were having drama, especially Gap. Gap was I'm going to take you on. And then she got bogged down by the bureaucracy of the people I've been referring to as Tweedledee Tweedledum, Cornelia, and Gertrude, or whatever her name is. I believe Battler got sent to the Shadow Realm, correct? He was sent to the room that, and he was forced to have to think of a way out, right? And then that led me to believe that is then what we were seeing flashes of earlier in the chapter, where it was, the mystery person in the room with the chain and everything, being unable to get out, and then the thing around his neck. I basically surmised that was probably from a Shadow Realm sent battler's perspective. So that answers that. It's not a mystery person, as I maybe guessed earlier or had hoped. Because honestly, we love mystery people here on the stream. Let's see. Because she skipped the reception desk, because she teleported. Yes. Yes. Yeah, we set up the duel. So basically the rules were that, the pistols, yes. And it's between Shannon and Cannon. Interestingly enough, I don't know if we talked about it or if it was in chat or I am internalizing the theories, but I would have guessed that if any parts of the pairs were going to be like, no, it's going to be us, I would have guessed it would have been George and Jessica wanting to go mano a mano, but that's not the case. Shannon and Cannon were like, we're going to take this into our own hands. And in their hands appeared, okay, I did mention it. Okay, so I'm not going crazy. That's good. In their hands, I guess maybe kind of pistols. I think we made a 69 steps joke because, of course, for some reason that stuck in my brain. Of all the things to like that I remember, I think I remember that specifically because I was going to make some kind of joke along it, and then chat yoinked it from me first. So there's that. And yeah, we're about approaching 1 o'clock here. I assume I can go, I mean, easily at least 4 hours tonight. Or today. Maybe even 5 hours. Like I said, we're gonna see how I don't think a firm time was established when I need to leave or get ready to leave or do my thing, so I'm kind of just waiting. Also, for friend Zepar gave that awesome hint to Beatrice for how she could save Battler. Was the hint clearly said, or was it like hinted at? I forget. I vaguely remember this. I'm just trying to recall what it was that was the hint. Fuck. Without love, it cannot be seen. Without love, it cannot be seen. Without love, it cannot be seen. Is that like a riddle? That's like worded as if it's a riddle. Without love, it cannot be seen. It's like one of those riddles that always goes, what is something that takes up so much space but cannot be seen? That's how it's kind of like worded. Everyone grimaced at it. Without love, it cannot be seen. Without love, it cannot be seen. Save Battler. Without love, it cannot be seen. I don't know if it was also last stream, but we had Angie, either last stream or the stream before. I can't remember if Angie made another appearance, but she did her whole thing where she comes in, she goes, I hate reading, I'm gonna look up the cliff notes. Alright, just give me the cliff notes. And then Featherine was like, no. So that's like basically every time Angie appears, that's basically what she's there to do. So Angie fans completely eating in this chapter. I hung out with people that sometimes, hang out here in chat. They were people that I went to the concert with earlier this week on Tuesday. And we were talking about it, and we were talking about Angie and our feelings and how they agree that it's kind of like, damn, Angie's just feels very sidelined in this chapter. It's so unfortunate. So unfortunate. Amongst other things about Umineko we talked about. Oh, and we got Angie on the thumbnail. I forgot that that's where we had concluded. Oh, I can't see. Oh, shit, that was weird. Sorry about that. Okay, I said the healthy stream thing. That was more on me. That wasn't technically the stream. That was my problem. I clicked out at an unfortunate time. Alright. Angie says, what the hell? That's low. That's the answer, isn't it? I also noticed that they hadn't proven that the window seals were intact. Okay, I remember this. Because Gap's whole claim was like, okay, you mentioned the doors were great. Or blocked, great. You know what I mean. Great, blocked, whatever. The doors were accounted for, basically. But you said nothing about the windows. And then whether it's cheeky or not, she basically was like, oh, well, too bad. We can, you can submit your thing to the office and it will be reviewed in 7 weeks or whatever. And now no one can use that blue. Yes. Yes, that was claimed. And that's also, I'm with Angie here. Kind of bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of like a weird determination or thing to claim. Oh, because it's trapped in the system now. No one else can use that as a claim. Oh, fuck. Get fucked, everyone. Get fucked. So, apparently Angie is pissed as well. But if they can't use the blue truth, what are they supposed to do? And then as a parting shot, let's see. And then as a parting Gap said, then the other window, but that didn't get blocked. Okay. Yes, I remember that. So she had claimed the cousin rooms, but then what they were calling as the other room, right? For simplified thing. The other room was, and then, yeah. That all is coming to me. It all is all flooding back. Yeah, I know. I'm sure you're laughing at me again because you alone have discovered the answer. My apologies, child of man. I'm having trouble just as you are. I can't believe I'm hearing you say that. I also realized that the windows of the next room over were available, or left available. However, I hadn't imagined that the use of the argument would be prevented. Doesn't this seriously violate the rules? I mean, how can a quiz be fair if you can't say the right answer? Isn't this a logic error for the other side? We can also view the fact that the tale is continuing as proof that it wasn't a logic error. In other words, there's some other answer completely unrelated to the windows of the next room over? Or, maybe possible to explain, without discussing the windows, how one of those 5 came to Battler's rescue. If they can't talk about the windows, they'll have to find a different way to leave that room. That practically makes the next room over a closed room. Oh, the other thing that I had theorized, that I'm feeling somewhat confident in, not only based on how this screen is presented, but just story-wise. I'm so confident in the fact that somehow Kinzo is related to how Battler gets out of the room. Now, I think I talked about this before, but I think then that causes you, and maybe you / the reader / Battler, to have to go back and revise things in the past. I don't know how the game is going to necessarily technically handle that, or if it's something super simple. But there's a chance that Kinzo comes back. He's the one who saved Battler, and then you have to, like, potentially go back and I don't know. You would have to, like, reset some of the previous happenings, if that makes sense, or have other reasons before that. Because I think the way you view this is if you have Kinzo be the one who saves Battler, you have to go back and basically make everything else make sense. And I don't know. I mean, I totally could see the game going like, all right, let's see Battler. Every time we've used Kinzo being dead as like a reason to get out of something, let's have to come up with another reason. And it might be this long trail of like him doing it. I could totally see that game in the story doing that. And the way this is presented to me, especially now that the others are all either dead or locked or whatever, it just makes too much sense to me that Kinzo is somehow the key to this. So I think I had said that in a previous stream. If not, then I'm putting that on record here. I think I did mention it though before, because I feel like I'm re-explaining for this particular stream my theory here. That practically makes the next room over closed room. I think I read that, yeah. Yes. That is why I am also stuck.
このおかしな封印宣言のせいで2つの部屋は再び密室に戻ったも同然になってしまった。
Because of these strange seal proclamations, the two rooms have once again become closed rooms.
おそらくだが。
Most likely.
おそらく何？
Most likely what?
八百万を束ねて超えるっていうあんたの知能ならどんな答えが見つかるの？
If you're so vastly intelligent, what kind of answer have you found?
答えは
Get the mouse out.
ない。
There is no answer.
ない？
No answer?
ないって何？
What do you mean? Also, I don't know if I'm reading... sorry, I hate to pause. I should have done this at the start of the stream. But it's kind of like you start reading like 10 minutes of Umineko, and then my brain starts like the crust gets like gets shaken off of my brain, you know. We talked about this is not as much of a theory as more like potential interesting thing that happens. But a little while, I don't know if it was last stream or stream before, but it was mentioned about like and I may be misinterpreting how this was explained, but basically they talked about how Lambda Delta and Bernie also got out of similar hell type situations, right? And I don't know if I'm completely reading this wrong, so I'm potentially open myself to be laughed at here, but I don't know if them getting out of that situation like unlocked these like, I don't want to say abilities necessarily, but allowed them to kind of become part of how they're kind of sort of am I reading this wrong? Kind of sort of powerful in some kind of sense, or at least some kind of like I don't think it was made clear either way. Okay. Well, I'll just say I already started to say what I was saying, so I'll just say it again. My thing is like, okay, at least it's somewhat interesting that it was, I thought said that like they had some sort of situations where they also got out of a very tricky type situation and were able to come back from it and live the tale, as you could say. And so I'm curious if Battler, I assume Battler somehow gets out of the situation, right? I don't think he's just permanently boned right now. If he gets out of the situation, does he come back with, at the very least, some kind of fire and rage inside of him? He's ready to just smite all the enemies at that point. Like, we've already seen powerful Battler. But imagine the big-headed Battler that's able to come out of this situation. Unstoppable. Unstoppable force, I say. Angie says, no answer. What do you mean?
隣部屋の窓以外に出口はない。
There's no way out except for the windows of the next room over.
にもかかわらず、隣部屋の窓を推理に組み込むことが許される。
And yet, we are not allowed to include those windows in our reasoning.
この密室を解く答えはおそらくない。
There probably is no answer for this closed room.
ないならどうなるの？
And if so, what next?
答えがない以上説明義務を求められているプレイヤーが敗北するのは必要だ。
Since no answer exists, then defeat is absolutely certain for whichever player is burdened with the responsibility of explaining.
それって手詰まりってことじゃない。
So, we have no moves left?
つまり今のドラノールの宣言はある意味とどめ。
In other words, that statement of Delanor's was the final blow?
チェックメイトってことじゃない。
Doesn't that make it a checkmate?
いや、一手あるにはある。
No. One move does exist.
しかしその手は二度と使えぬ手だ。
However, that move is one that can never be used again.
そしてそれはベアトの心臓の一部でもある。
And it is also a part of Beato's heart.
この物語の最大の謎の一つってこと？
You mean one of the greatest riddles of this tale?
そうだ。
Precisely.
それを使えば、あるいはなんとか。
By using that, or possibly, Feathering sighed deeply. It was something she hadn't done once before now. I'm telling you, flip the board. As you do when you get mad at a board game and you're playing with your friends. Flip the table. No one will know what to do. And you didn't technically lose at that point. You know what I mean? Just flip all the pieces. Take your game and go home. Yeah, if it's your enemies and not your friends, then fuck them. Flip the table. Reset everything. I see. So, as long as this tale has been, it is finally time for the curtain to close. Exposing the answer to this riddle means the same as finally killing Beato. But perhaps Battler is the only one qualified to make that decision. If you weave such a tale as a game master, no one will be able to stop it now. Oh, now I'm all of a sudden getting... Uh-oh. What's wrong with the stream? Uh-oh. Oh, God. We got a little shaky? Are we okay? Is everything okay? Uh-oh. God, why do we talk about the stream potentially being fucked? I think I cursed myself. It got a little choppy there for like a second, apparently. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I don't know if that actually will come across on like the recording or anything. The previous time, maybe not you. If you noticed anything right there, that was probably on me. But I don't know what happened. I just saw the red light. The red light appeared and told me, and then I saw the drop frames. So, I think somehow we brought a cursed energy. It just buffered. Okay. Sorry about that. Like I said, I don't even think that'll come across from the recording. The recording will be like everything normal. I'll just reread this. But perhaps Battler is the only one qualified to make that decision. If you weave such a tale as the Game Master, no one will be able to stop it now. The greatest riddle of this tale will probably be revealed very soon. The greatest riddle. A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. It was the sound of the several dozen Chester Sisters Imperial Guards, members of the Honor Guard, who stood in a line across the cathedral and stamped their heels in unison. It brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke. Let us have silence! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. God damn it. Welcome to the wedding of Lord Battler, Territory Lord, and Golden Sorcerer, and Lady Erika, the Witch of Truth. I just keep going, welcome, 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 welcome. Multitasking demons. Zephyr and Fervor had appeared in the center of the cathedral. Having them invited to host a wedding was a great honor. Though they had asked for silence, the attendants who packed the cathedral welcomed the two demons with an enormous applause. Oh, it's Zephyr and Fervor. Then, what about Beato? She may already have snuck onto the grounds. They searched for Beato in the crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere.
ベアとはバトラ君を救う方法を見つけられたでしょうか。
I wonder if Beato managed to find a way to save Badler-kun.
ゼパルとフルフルの力を得られたならきっ
If she managed to gain Zeppelin for first power, then I'm sure she has.
とあの方々の力を得て成し遂げられぬ奇跡はないのですか。
There exists no miracle that cannot be gained after receiving their strength.
もし得られなかった
And if she didn't,
その辺でハンカチを噛んでるヤギがお嬢様でしょうか。
then that goat biting its handkerchief over there is probably her.
それでは新郎新婦の入場を迎えよう。
Wait, was that just a joke line? Let me see this. Okay. I think he's just being dumb. Okay. Then let us welcome the bride and groom.
厳かに迎えてどうか二人の門出を祝ってほしい。
Please give them a grand welcome and celebrate them as they start on their new life.
いでよ新郎新婦。
Come out, bride and groom. I gotta be honest. We're almost setting up for the very cliche, does anyone have any oppositions to the wedding or anything? And then, like, I guess Beato coming in and being like, I object! Like, I feel like we're slowly building to that very cliche thing to happen. And I'm gonna fucking laugh. Come out, bride and groom.
墓場まで逃れられぬ婚姻という名の束縛の道を歩まれん。
Walk the path of the shackles called marriage, which will bind you until the grave. What a lovely way of putting it. The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened. Dead-eyed battler. Great. And then the territory lord and his beautiful bride came into view. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. The jester honor guards stood at attention along either side of the path, raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that the pair walked down. Chester sister that weren't Chester sisters, that weren't part of the honor guard were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and like, keeping an eye out for any intruders. Erika doesn't look bad in the dress. All right. We have a point for Erika.
00より45、410異常ないか。
She may be a piece of shit, but she pulls off the dress well, the wedding dress. All right, I'm here for I'll accept it. 00 calling 45 and 410. Any irregularities?
天井狙撃手異常ないに。
Ceiling snipers, all clear. Nyeh. 410 and 45 were on top of a massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral ceiling. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of other chandeliers. The seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendants wouldn't notice.
現在、ベアトリーチェ教と歌川式参列者36名と
Currently, we are simultaneously targeting 36 attendants suspected of being Lady Beatrice,
襲撃可能地帯の131名を同時捕捉監視中。
as well as 131 in positions from which an attack might be launched. Surveillance in progress.
警戒を怠るな。
Don't let your guard down.
必ずベアトリーチェ教は婚儀を襲撃するはずだ。
Lady Beatrice will almost certainly stage an attack on this wedding. Nice. I can't wait.
夢を奪いに襲撃なんて燃えるに。
That'd be cool. Breaking in to steal the bride, yeah.
410、嫁じゃないです。婿です。
410, he's the groom, not the bride.
嫁であってるに。
But he's playing the bride's part, yeah. Great. Great. What a great sentence. The Chiester sniper teams on the chandeliers use super high efficiency observers to track the movements of the several hundred attendants. If any one of those many suspicious movements, the Chiesters have been given permission to fire immediately. The one on that chandelier is Chiester 127. That overkilling monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. The one on the chandelier across from that is Chiester 20. Her firing rate is 6,000 shots per minute. However, she's using a portable magazine this time, so 2 seconds is all it takes for her to use up her ammo. Lazy bum can barely do her job for 2 seconds. Nyeh. Nyeh. Slowly, and making a show of it, the two walked down the red carpeted path. Battler's eyes were blank. If you look closely, you could probably tell that Erika was dragging him by the arm she held. Now he's so happy for this moment. In other words, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erika to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 sisters of Purgatory, who held long ceremonial arms in the shape of the one-winged eagle. That moron battler? What's he lazing about for? This is why people call him incompetent. I can understand Beatrice-sama's pain better than anyone else. It's all because that stupid battler caused a logic error. Stupid, stupid, stupid! Beatrice-sama will not fall to sloth and let this wedding go on. Of course. Beatrice-sama is greedy. She won't let someone else take away her favorite toy. She'll definitely show up. Slobber. I hear the reception's gonna have tons of delicious food. They honestly do not give a fuck. I want to wear a wedding dress now. Bern, Cassell, and Lambda Delta were in the noble seating on the balcony. They were sipping some bizarre carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show. What a splendid wedding dress. I love stuff like this. This is just the opening performance. That's pretty cruel. Which event do you think will be the headliner? Don't tell me you really think Beato will come. As you know as well, Battler's closed room is perfect. How could Beato win? Right? You must have heard too. There's a chance that the window seal on the room next door has been torn. Seems that Delanor's managed to seal that path off for now, but she just denied the concept instead of sealing the actual window. It'll fly out the window again. This one-winged eagle thing. Wanna bet? On whether Beato comes? I bet she comes with certainty. I bet she comes miraculously. Clever. This isn't going to work. The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beato would come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break the closed room and take Battler back. You've been watching from behind the scenes, so you probably know. You know what the trick is. More or less. But Erika's done a hell of a job, so now even I'm stumped. Liar. Huh?
あんたはきっともう気づいてるんだわ。
I'm sure you found one already.
あるんでしょ、バトラーを救うトリックが。
There does exist a trick that can save Battler, right?
あるわ。
There does.
でも難しいわ。
But it's tough.
その手を使うとベアトの心臓の一端がさらされる。
And if that move is used, part of Beato's heart will be exposed.
そうでしょ。
Isn't that right?
なんだ、わかってるじゃない。
Oh, so you already know.
ねえ、賭けを変えない？
Hey, wanna change our bet?
何に？
To what?
勝つのはベアとかエリカ。
To whether Beato or Erika wins.
あんたがエリカにかけるって言うならいいわよ。
Sure, if you're willing to bet on Erika,
乗る
I'll do it.
わ。お、エリカにかけるの？
Oh, you are betting on Erika?
勝ち目の根拠は？
And why do you think you can win?
もしそのトリックがベアトの心臓の一端だというなら、
If this trick is a part of Beato's heart,
ゲームマスターのバトラーはそれを晒すのに躊躇する。
then Battler, the game master, will hesitate at exposing it.
だから勝てない。
And so, they cannot win.
おそらく引き分けよ。
It'll probably be a draw.
ケムに巻いてうまく逃げるに決まってる。
I'm sure they'll sidestep the issue somehow and run away.
バトラーはベアトを安らかに眠らせると誓ってるのよ。
Battler has sworn to let Beato rest in peace.
それはベル、
Fern,
甘いわ。
you're being too naive. The bet was made, based on the assumption of that certain miracle, that Beato would come. Virgilia, who was standing in the front row, tried to call out as soon as Battler walked by. She tried to tell him that the window seal on the next room over hadn't been checked, hoping that this would give him a hint. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she tried to lean forward, two Chiester sisters right behind her grabbed her arms. That powerful force told her that she wouldn't be able to move even a step forward. Trapped, she was forced to stand there and watch as Battler walked past.
バトラク。
Battler-kun.
彼は今もたった一人密室で戦っておられます。
Even now, he is fighting in that closed room all by himself.
しかしあの密室は自分だけの力では抜けられない。
However, he cannot get out by his own power alone.
誰かが助けに来なければ抜けられない。
Unless someone comes to save him, he cannot get out.
あの子が助けに来なければバトラ君は出られないのですね。
Unless that child comes to save him, Battler-kun will be trapped.
密室の鍵さえあれ
If there's a key to that closed room,
ば必ずその方法をお嬢様ならきっと。
I am certain the lady will find it.
お嬢様、
The lady.
あなたの人生にはきっと何度も試練があったでしょう。
I'm sure you have gone through many trials in your life.
しかしどうかこの試練にだけはお打ち勝ちください。
But please, this is one trial that you must overcome.
あなたならきっとできます。
I'm certain that you can do it.
このロノベ、それを疑いません。
I, Renove, do not doubt that in the slightest. Alright, we got Renove's faith. The bride and groom's procession slowly advanced down the path to the grave and reached the altar. Though walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erika glanced over at Battler. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that closed room. Once more, the sound of the Chiester honor guard stamping their heels rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral again. Now, the wedding ceremony would finally begin.
人は愛のために生きるのです。
People live for the sake of love.
すなわち今日あなた方は生まれてきた意味を目的を成し遂げた。
Therefore, today, you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives.
生きる力、愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。
Oh, how great is the power to live, the power of love.
今日という日の輝きがどうかお二人を永遠に祝福しますように。
I pray that the brightness of this day blesses these two for all time.
さあ愛し合う二人を
Come now, you who love one another,
愛の制約を
make the oath of love.
物言えぬ夫に代わりて
In the place of the husband who cannot speak,
妻は二人を代表して制約を
let the wife make the oath on behalf of the pair. She's like,
バト
gladly.
ラはエリカを
Battler swears to Erika,
エリカはバトラを
and Erika swears to Battler.
健やかな日もやめる日も支え合って生きることを誓います
To support each other, both in sickness and in health. He's looking great.
聞こえませんよバトラさん
I didn't catch that, Battler son.
文句があるならもっとはっきり大きな声で言ってください
If you have some objection, please say it a bit more clearly in a loud voice. Damn it.
それ以上の文句が終わりでしたら
If you have anything further to say,
まずはロジックエラーの密室からお出になってからにしてください
please get yourself out of that logic error closed room first.
安心して
Don't worry.
その日まで永遠に私があなたを支えてあげますから
I'll support you until that day comes. Giggle, 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 giggle.
二人の愛の制約を聞きました
You have heard the pair's oath of love.
ああ誓いよ永遠なれ
Oh, let this oath be eternal. The thunderous applause celebrated their marriage of subordination. After the oath, they would symbolize the bond. It was the exchanging of the rings. The Territory Lord's ring with the one-winged eagle engraved on it that sat on Battler's finger would become Erika's. By this, she would become the ruler of this game board. And in exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erika had prepared. Hey, at least he's getting a diamond ring. I mean, hey. At a glance, it just looked like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and mark him as another's property. Oh boy. Oh boy.
さあ
Marriage is
二人は
fun.
指輪の交換を
Yes, let the pair exchange rings.
身動きできぬ夫の指を妻はどうか支えてあげて
Since the husband's fingers cannot move, let his wife support him. My face exactly. Erika respectfully took Battler's right hand, then slowly pulled off the Territory Lord's ring that had been on his on his ring finger. That was the ring Beato had entrusted him with. Erika stole it away.
これがあの女の残した指輪なんですよね
This is the ring that woman left behind, right?
それを私みたいな女に奪われるのって
How does it
どん
feel?
な気持ちですか
How does it feel to have that stolen away by a woman like me?
しろ
To hell.
はい
Huh?
聞こえません
I can't hear you.
もう一度お願いします
Please say it one more time.
地獄こちら
Go. To hell.
なんだ
Oh, that.
それならご安心をバトラさん
Well, then there's no need to worry, Battler-san. Erika pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it. Okay. And told him where they were.
ここがそこですよ
We're already there. Then, slowly, she took Beato's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hand.
では花嫁
And now, bride,
続いて あなたの指輪を花婿に。
You may give the groom your ring. I almost said finger.
すごい指輪ね。
You may give the groom your finger. That's one hell of a ring.
彼を永遠に逃がさない。これは枷だわ。
A shackle that'll hold him in place for all time. A shackle that'll hold him in place for all time.
特注ですから。
Yeah, it's custom made. Even Balor's blank eyes could see the diamond ring Erika held. It was like Erika herself. On the outside, it shone beautifully, and possessed an absolute hardness that would bend to no one's will. And on the inside, to symbolize never letting go of the prey it had latched onto, it had 8 sharp thorns pointing inwards. If they had been growing out of the outer side, it would have looked like the collar of a guard dog from hell. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? By twisting the diamond, those thorns could slide in or out. In other words, if you twisted it after thrusting the finger inside, the inward-facing thorns would bite down. It's a metal-as-hell design, never releasing until the end of time. Then, even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind, and soul would be forced to serve Erika for all eternity. Are you kidding me? Who the hell would wear a ring like that? He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase. And furthermore, those awkward words were the only way he could resist. She raised Balor's left hand and stroked his finger as if tasting it. Wait. wait. And stroked his ring finger as if tasting it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Erika pressed the ring of subordination against the tip of his finger. God, we are getting... This putting the ring on his finger is getting so... I mean, I'll say it, sexual sounding. If a ring is made to fit too tightly, it can be painful and hard to take off. However, this ring was never intended to be removed for life anyway, so its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed. Even without the thorns, forcing a small ring like this on would hurt.
この指輪はあなたの身も心も魂も全てを永遠に閉じ込めます。
This ring will seal up your body, heart, and soul for all eternity.
そしてあなたは永遠に生きた人形。
And you'll become an eternal living doll.
死ぬことも許しません。
I won't even let you die.
私に永遠に怪我され、恥ずかしめられ、
You'll be endlessly defiled and humiliated by me.
私が勝利の美酒の味を忘れるたびに、あなたはその身をもって私にそれを思い出させるのです。
And every time I forget the taste of victory, I'll use your body to remind me.
何度もね。
Over and over again.
舌が噛めるなら今のうちにどうぞ。
If you got the guts to bite off your tongue, now's the time.
指輪が通ればそれすらもできなくなりますから。
Once this goes on your finger, you won't even be able to do that. Balor didn't even have the strength to bite his tongue. Even if he had, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the closed room, so he couldn't kill himself. However, if he accepted the ring, he would never be able to even think about escaping from the room, much less commit suicide. Stop. No way. Look.
指
I'm
入れますよ。
sticking your finger in. It hurts. It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Battler's body from the inside. That pain would always torment Battler. But, fortunately, the power of the ring even stole away the heart that could understand that pain. Erika kept screwing that too small demon's ring on. It hurts. Exclamation point. It's impossible. No, Battler, this is the one time you can't say it's all useless. You gotta resist. Come on! Come on! There's no way. It'll fit.
大丈夫です。
Don't worry.
入りますから。ちゃんと。
It'll fit. No problem. With an obscene laugh, Erika let out a silver thread drip from her mouth and soaked the finger in the ring. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Oh my god. This, I
力を抜いてください。
Please relax.
一気に奥まで入れちゃいますから。
We'll stick it in, all at once.
無駄な抵抗なんかしないでください。
Please don't resist uselessly.
抵抗しない方が痛くないですよ。
It'll hurt less if you don't resist, okay?
ほら、胸って入るようになった。
You see? Now it's sliding right in. She could have just gotten like the butter or something, the oil to slide it. Shouldn't have to be gross about it. No. This is torturous. Slowly, Battler's finger went deeper through the ring. He was pushed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation, which would never be removed again. Oh. There it is. Look how pretty it is. Come on. Look, okay?
一番奥まで入りましたよ。
It's all in the way to the base. See? It's in all the way to the base, I mean. It hurts. It hurts. Oh, take it off. Oh. The demon's ring tightened around the finger, so much that it seemed the finger would snap off along the bone. Could Battler's hazy expression of anguish really describe how unbearable this filthy pain was? Anytime, Beato. You can make it. I need you to smash in anytime. Okay.
一番奥まで入れたまま最後の仕上げですよ。
Now that it's all the way on, or on all the way, let's add the final touch, shall we?
これであなたは永遠に私のもの。
After this, you'll be mine, forever. Erika touched the ring's diamond knob. If she twisted it, the thorns would bite in and never let go again. No. I hate to interrupt this, but like, this is obviously always the evil person's, you're slow to enact your evil plan. But like, why didn't she just hurry up? I know she's probably enjoying torturing him or whatever. Just fucking twist the knob, alright? You're just inviting for something to happen. You're inviting Beato to come in and stop this. You're just, every second that passes, just quickly take his hand and twist the little diamond, and then you're done, alright? Then you win, Erika. You win if you just do it. You just do it.
いいですよ。
Sure.
許してください、エリカ様って言えたらやめてあげます。
Just say, forgive me, Erika-sama, and I'll stop. Really?
お許しください、エリカ様。
Please forgive me, Erika-sama.
生涯を犬として扱われ、首輪につながれて生きることを誓いますから、この指輪だけはお許しくださいって。
I swear to spend the rest of my life with you, life as your dog, with a collar around my neck, so at least spare me that ring.
そう言えたら、この指輪だけは許してあげます。
If you can say that, I won't make you wear the ring.
You...
For...
You'd...
Forgive...
は
Huh?
い、よく聞こえませんよ。
I can't really hear you. I won't... Forgive you. Yeah, battler all the way down. Go out swinging. I love it. Fuck her. I'll never forgive you.
あなたをこんな目に遭わせちゃって。
For making you suffer like this?
違う。
No.
ベアトの
I'll...
指輪を怪我したお前を
never forgive you.
俺は
For defiling.
絶対許さねえ。
Pieto's ring! Though Battler's eyes had supposedly been forced into a muddled condition, they appeared strong for just an instant. However, really was only for an instant. Battler had used up the last of his fleeting resistance just to say those words. Respect. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert, so that he could say those words of resistance until the very end.
やはり
Of course.
あなたは飼いならせない犬って感じです。
Seems you aren't the kind of dog that can be tamed.
でも、そこがいい。
But it's better that way. Erika smiled. Then she turned the diamond. In that instant, Battler let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. Also, hello. His howl had no voice and could be heard by no one. However, still rang out throughout the cathedral. Yay, we did it! This is the scene of this is where the duel is happening, right? We're gonna get right into it then. Let me restock my water really quick. Give me just like 1 sec. 1 sec. 1 sec. Okay. If Beato is going to be able to stop that wedding, well, I guess she can't stop it now. It seems like it's already progressed too far. But if she was to somehow come in, crashing in, be the superhero that she can be, she sure is taking her sweet little time, isn't she? So we have that situation, and then we have this dueling situation that needs to resolve here. Alright. Any non-spoiler bets on who wins this duel between Shannon and Cannon? Who's got the better shot? A dreary breeze blew through the golden rose garden. But the thing is, I thought the whole deal was that Beatrice needed to win somehow. The third candidate needed to win, because I thought she needed to win to get some kind of power. What was the thing she had said, or that was said like way earlier? Let me see, because I can find it here in chat. Without love, it cannot be seen. She's gonna do, it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing where she goes, I do really love Battler. And then, like, instead of, like, the old-timey, like, pistols, she gets, like a very pink, like, hearted, diamond-encrusted, like, heart bazooka. And she just wipes out, Battler, or not Battler, Cannon and Shannon. And then she wins the duel. And then she gets the power of love from the demons, and then she's gonna crash the wedding. I've figured it out. A dreary, oh no, it's happening again. What the fuck? Hold. We're buffering. I'm not sure what's happening. I don't know what's happening. But I apologize. Honestly, I blame Google Fiber is being like, oh shit, Saturday afternoon stream? Can't do it. A dreary breeze blew through the golden rose garden. Shannon and Cannon had already finished walking 19 steps, their backs still facing each other. Oh yeah, 19 was the number they established. When the demons conducting the trial gave the signal, they would both turn and settle this. Each had one of the dueling pistols given by the demons in their hands. The bullets promised certain death no matter where on the body they hit. This duel would not end until one of them died. We're recounting the rules. They just have to watch. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all of their thoughts to them, as well as their fates. Just watching over their partners was now the only way they could show their trust. Oh, this might be a new sprite. The turn? Side profile? She's about to shoot Cannon? Shannon and Cannon stood quietly with their backs turned. If somehow Beato does come in and win this somehow, that would suck for both of these pairs. Just honestly trampled. So that we can save dumb Battler. They had already set aside the feelings they'd built up during all those days they'd known each other. The next time they laid eyes on the other, nothing would be asked of them except pulling that trigger. The only one who could still muster any determination or resolve towards this duel was Beato. The closer that moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Cannon, or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they being forced to kill each other? I don't understand. I just can't understand. Little sister. We're not permitted to do anything but watch. Zephyr-san, Furfur-san,
どうしてこんな決闘を
why? Why this duel?
こんなの恋の試練じゃない。
This is no trial of love.
やっぱりあなたたちは悪魔なんです。
You really are demons.
どちらかの恋人たちを破綻させて、それを見て喜びたいだけの悪魔なんです。
You just want to enjoy watching one of the pairs fall apart, don't you?
静かに。
Silence.
恋人たちの邪魔になるわ。
You'll get in the way of the lovers.
邪魔をしてるのはあなたたちじゃないですか。
You're the ones getting in their way.
どちらかが倒れる。
One will fall.
倒れた方の恋人たちが嘆き悲しむ。
The one who loves that person will grieve.
あなたたちさえなければ誰も悲しまない。
If only you two weren't around, no one would be sad.
それは違う。
That is not true.
僕たちがこの決闘を取り持たなかったら、
If we hadn't set up this duel,
二組はどちらも破綻したわ。
then both pairs would have fallen apart.
これは必要な決闘なの。
This duel is necessary.
私は最初から納得できなかったんです。
I haven't been able to accept that since the beginning.
魔法の奇跡がなければ恋って成し遂げられないんですか。
You say their love can't be successful without a miracle of magic.
恋って愛し合う二人さえいれば他に何もいらないんじゃないんですか。
What does love need other than two people who love each other? I don't know. Shan and Cannon are just so preoccupied with like winning. I think they got the love blinders on. They're like, I just need to shoot the other so bad, so fast. Also, maybe this is setting up the whole thing like, oh, without love it can't be seen. Maybe if Beatrice like protests this enough, maybe they're gonna be like, that's the true answer. And then that's how Beato wins this. Because right now, Beato doesn't even seem upset that she can't win. She's just like, she sees these other two pairs, and she's like, this kind of sucks for both of them. And maybe with enough protesting, these two will be like, yeah, you got it.
この決闘は無意味です。
True love is the adventure along the way. I don't know. What does love need other than two people love each other? This duel is meaningless.
だからやめて、二人とも。
So stop it, you two.
シャノンもカノンも。
Shannon and Cannon, both.
あんなにも実の兄弟のように仲良しだったあなたたちがどうして殺し合わなくちゃいけないの。
Why must you fight each other to death when you were once as close as true siblings?
私にはどうしても
I just can't
わ
understand.
からない。
No, I cut her off, my bad. Everyone should have been able to hear Beato's yell. However, no one's expression changed.
そうだよ。
That's right.
よく気づいたね。
I'm impressed that you noticed.
それこそ愛の真実。
This is love's truth.
何がですか。
What is?
愛し合う二人以外に本来は何もいらないんだ。
Normally, love needs nothing more than two people who love each other.
だからそれが二人でないとき、
Therefore, when there aren't two people,
私たちは決闘でその数を二人にしなくてはならない。
we must use a duel to make that number become two.
一人の女性を奪い合っての決闘ならまだわかります。
I could understand if it were a duel between two people fighting over one woman.
愛し合ういびつな三人を二人にする決闘。
If it were a duel to cut three people in love down to two.
しかし彼らは二人と二人。
But here we have two pairs of people.
それぞれの世界はもう完成されてるじゃないですか。
The world formed by each pair is complete, isn't it?
争わなければならない理由が何もない。
There's nothing compelling them to fight.
世界を生み出す最小の人数は二人。
The minimum number of people that can create a world is two.
二人が揃って初めて世界は生まれ、恋は成就される。
A world can only be born, love can only be fulfilled when two people gather.
だからこの決闘は必要なんだ。
That's why this duel is necessary. They're just saying nonsense. They're just
彼らはその人数を満たすために。
so that they can get up to that number of people.
かぐ
間未満だから一人を満たせないと言い出すんですか？
Are you saying that furniture is subhuman, so they don't count as a single person?
正解だよ。
Exactly.
家具は人間未満。
Furniture is subhuman.
だから家具と人間じゃ二人を満たせない。
That's why furniture and a human cannot add up to 2 people.
そんなのおかしいです。
That's insane!
愛し合う二人の身分なんて関係ない。
Status has nothing to do with it if both of them love each other.
いいや、あるよ。
No, it does.
本当に愛し合う二人の身分は関係ないの？
Do you really think that the status of a pair of lovers doesn't matter?
妻を持つ男との恋は許されるの？
Is a man who has a wife allowed to love someone else?
夫を持つ女との恋は許されるの？
Is a woman who has a husband allowed to love someone else?
親との恋は許されるの？
Are you allowed to fall in love with your parents?
子との恋は許されるの？
Are you allowed to fall in love with your children?
恋の許されない身分なんていくらでもある。
There are many situations where status makes love unallowable.
じゃあ家具って何なんですか？
Then just what is furniture?
どうして家具は恋をしちゃいけないんですか？
Why mustn't furniture fall in love?
魂が一人に満たないから。
Because their soul is less than a single person.
シャノンもカノンも駒である君ももちろん。
Shannon, Canon, and of course the piece that you are.
あなたたちはみんな家具。
All of you are furniture.
魂が一人分に満たないから人間以下。
Subhuman beings who possess less than a single person's soul.
人を愛する資格はただ一つ。
To be qualified to love a human, you need only one thing.
一人に満たつ魂を持っていること。
The possession of a single person's soul.
だから愛し合う二人は世界を生み出せる。
That's why a pair in love can create a world.
例えば妻を持つ男はもう一人の女を愛する資格を持つと思う？
For example, do you think a man with a wife has the right to love another woman?
あるわけがない。
Of course not.
二人の女を愛せばその愛情は一人分に満たない。
And philosophical about love here. If he loved 2 women, neither would get a full person's worth of love.
そのような男に愛する資格はない。
A man such as that would be unworthy of love.
ね？
See?
人を愛する資格のない人間や身分なんていくらでもあるの。
There are plenty of statuses in humans who have no rights to love a person.
二人の愛の一切あれば関係ない？
As long as both people feel love, nothing else matters.
それは甘い愛の偽善。
That's just the hypocrisy of naive love.
僕たちはね、恋をする資格を偽る人間を許さない。
We cannot forgive humans who falsely pretend that they have the right to love.
世界を生み出す最小人数を満たせない人間以下の存在の恋を許さない。
We cannot forgive the love of subhuman beings, those who don't make up the minimum number of people required to create a world.
僕たちの試練はそのためにある。
That is the purpose of our trial.
罪深き魂たちに
一人分の魂を取り戻させ、本当の恋ができるようにするために。
It is to let the sinful souls regain a complete soul and become capable of true love. The fuck are they on?
ゼパル様、フルフル様。
Zephyr-sama? Furfur-sama?
僕たちの心の準備ができました。
Our hearts are ready. It's weird. They were like, yeah, our power of love is very strict, and it needs to be between 2 people, and furniture does not meet that requirement. And also, if a man was cheating on a woman, should we also be mad at them? Yes, we should. Therefore, fuck Shannon and Cannon. Then they did a little dance and then disappeared. Our hearts are ready.
どうか決闘の合図をお願いします。
Please, give the signal to start the duel. The pair, bidding farewell, quietly asked for the signal to be given. It disappeared for like a second. Zepar nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. I think Twitch is breaking. I think the power of Umineko is too much for Twitch to like contain right now, and it's like breaking at the seams. I think that explains the problems we've been having with the stream so far. Twitch is unable to contain all this power about love. Zepar nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Fur first spoke in a voice quiet enough to avoid distracting the two duelists. Watch.
愛し合う恋人たちのどちらかが破綻する決闘を
Watch the duel to see which of the lovers will fall apart?
いいえこれは破綻のための決闘じゃない
Beato's like, I don't want to watch this train wreck. Get me the fuck out of here. This is just upsetting. No, this isn't a duel to see who falls apart.
本当の恋を成就させるための決闘
This is a duel to make true love succeed.
私にはあなたたちの言っている意味が
I don't understand what you two are saying.
いいえわかりなさい
No, you must understand.
これは本当に人を愛することができる人間が誕生する瞬間
This marks the birth of a human who can truly love another.
意味がわからない
I don't understand.
どちらが勝とうともどうか祝福してあげて
No matter which wins, please support them.
今彼らの家具としての日々が終わる
Right now, their days as furniture will end. Let's go, Shannon! The signal is simple.
僕が1、2の3を数える
I will count to 3.
3と同時に決闘開始だ
When I reach 3, the duel will commence.
承知してます。
Understood.
同じく
Same here. Like, look at that
2
fierce...
人が共に弾を外したら一度中断
She's got the fierce determination in her eyes. If one of the two of here wins, my money is on Shannon. If both miss, the duel will be temporarily suspended.
再び弾を与えもう一度背中合わせからやり直し
You'll be given bullets again and we'll start over from the beginning with your backs to each other.
決着がつくまで繰り返したろ。
I guess it'll repeat until it's all settled.
ゼパル
Zepar,
この決闘過去に何度も見てるのかい
have you seen this sort of duel many times in the past?
もちろん
Of course.
何度も見てきたよ
I've seen many of them.
大抵何度の打ち合いで決着がつくんだい
Usually, how many times do they need to face off before it's over?
ほとんどの場合弾丸一発で決着がつくよ
In almost all cases, it's decided in the first round.
みんな随分と拳銃の腕がいいんだな。
They must all be really good shots.
違うよ
That's not it.
片方が外せば残った方は悠々と追い詰めて撃つことができる
If one side misses, the other can corner them at their leisure and shoot.
初弾をもし外したらまず勝ち目がないんだ
If the first bullet misses, then you've lost your chance at victory.
しかしぼんやりしていれば引き金も引けずに負けることになる。
However, if you take too long, you'll lose before you can even pull the trigger.
同じ負けるならせめて引き金を引いてから負けたい
If you're going to lose anyway, you would at least want to have pulled the trigger first.
いい覚悟だよ二人とも
Your resolve is good, you two.
では行くよ
Then, let's go. As we go on. will remember.
ニノ
All the times we had together.
3
3! I haven't been reading this. Oh. In the Golden Rose Garden. When the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out at once. No hesitation. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether that was a single gun firing or the sound of both going off at the same time. Oh! In the midst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke. There, with gun raised and smoke trailing the barrel, was Cannon. They better both have shot Zephyr and Furfur. That would have been so good. Oh, that would have been so cool. And lying on the earth was Shannon. Ah, I put my money on the wrong person. Fuck. Shannon! Son! Oh, George is gonna throw a fit.
いや
No.
シャノンが倒れたのは銃声より早かった
Shannon fell before the gun fired. Oh, fuck! Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. Ha! Shit, she played dead. Shit, she dodged. God. Slowly, Shannon stood up. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. It had been a bet. If Cannon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he would have shot her as she lay there. However, if Cannon shot as soon as he turned around, she would be able to dodge it. Cannon had also made a bet. Uh-oh. There we go. Cannon also made a bet. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with a firearm. He was fully aware that, if he assumed Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first, he would lose before even pulling the trigger. So, he had decided to shoot right away. And, he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. Since he intended to shoot right away, he would be more mentally prepared, so he was confident that he'd be able to shoot accurately. If Cannon had cautiously turned around, and Shannon had shot instantly with the strength of her will, then Cannon wouldn't even have been able to pull the trigger. So, no impatience on Cannon's part was to blame here. The two had simply given it their all, left their fates to the heavens, and reached this result.
まさか
I didn't imagine
あの短気な姉さんが
that my quick-tempered Nissan
撃たないなんてね
wouldn't shoot at all.
私も意外だった。
I'm surprised too.
あの慎重なカノン君が振り向きざまなんてね。
To think that old, prudent Cannon-kun would shoot as soon as he turned. As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit with even more certain accuracy. And Cannon had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on the second round. If they both thought this, then what happened next would turn that assumption on its head.
まだ終わっちゃいない
This isn't over yet. Cannon dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over his shadow. This duel could only be settled by a bullet. But he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this fight around. And, Shannon calmly shot through Cannon, it would end. The odds that Shannon would miss, or that he could get close enough to her before she fired, Cannon would bet all the chips he had on them. Shannon could draw Cannon in until the last second, then shoot him from a closer distance. If she pulled the trigger just before he reached her, then even if she missed, they would just start again from the beginning. Shannon kept her gun pointing at Cannon's forehead as she compared these options until the final moment. She let her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved and the time it would take to pull the trigger. The goddess of fortune smiles impartially. No! Surviving past the final moment Shannon could have shot, Cannon barreled into her chest. He then swung his hand up and knocked the gun Shannon held into the air. That strike sent Shannon's gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Cannon's gun also flew from his hand and danced through the air. The two guns danced a rondo through the sky, reached their peak, and began to fall. By that time, neither knew whose gun was which. Oh, fuck. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. There was no way to tell them apart. However, there was one difference. Only one of them had a bullet inside. The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate. Their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of a descending angel of miracles. This is so extra. The pair looked up at the brilliant sky and entrusted everything to the goddess of fortune. Then, they each grabbed one of the guns out of the air, and after dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Even that had been like a dance. Then, they each pressed the barrel of their gun up against each other's forehead, both as steady as a rock. Even they could not know which gun held the bullet. When they both pressed the triggers, one would die, and one would remain alive. The match would end. George and Jessica wouldn't know the result until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The muzzle of Cannon's gun, which had already been fired, must have been warm. And the muzzle of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired, should have been ice cold. So, perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which. And yet, both expressions were solemn. The faces of those who would believe in their fate unswervingly until the moment the triggers were pulled. Don't be sad. We'll meet again soon, in the Golden Land. We should have done this much sooner. If only we had, our reunion could have been avoided entirely. It's alright. Considering what day this is, even this duel is just a farce. You're right. If we're just gonna revive in the Golden Land anyway, it really is just a farce. Then, I'll see you later. Yeah, you too. So long. We're not gonna know, are we? Kanekun! Hey, what's going on? Hang in there! Suddenly, Cannon fell to the floor as if he'd had an attack of anemia. It had happened without any warning beforehand, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it had cracked open. Huh? How? What happened? What's going on? Trying to get a look at the wound, Goto wiped Cannon's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth, without any traceable wound. And yet, blood was pouring out, almost as though it was seeping through his skin. What are you doing? Stop the bleeding already! But... even though there's no wound... The blood... The blood won't stop coming! Hang in there, Kanekun! Kanekun! Yoshiaku! Cannon's forehead was pale, and those eyes were open. They had lost the light of the living. Just like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He had passed away. Yoshia-kun! Yoshia-kun! Damn, not only did Shannon outsmart Cannon in the fight, but she also beat him in luck, too, when the guns got sent up into the air. She won on both fronts. So long, Cannon-kun. And thank you. Jessica dashed up to Cannon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his, and as the still hot blood was smeared over her forehead as well, she sobbed. Shannon. George-san. We've won. Now. I finally have the right to love you. Finally. Shannon leaned against George's chest as though the strings holding her up had been cut. George held her in silence. Yoshia-kun! Yoshia-kun! Damn. Jessica can't catch a break. There was nothing in the Golden Rose Garden except the wind that carried golden flower petals and the sound of Jessica's grieving sobs. Is your trial for us finished now?
十分さ。
It is.
おめでとう。
Congratulations.
残ったのは君たちだ。
You two were the ones who remained.
君たちを祝福するわ。
We will give you our blessing.
でも忘れないで。
But please, don't forget.
愛を育むのがこれからのあなたたちの務め。
You are now responsible for nurturing your love.
この奇跡が生み出した恋の種をどうかしっかり育ててほしい。
Please, take good care of the seed of love that this miracle has created.
もちろんさ。
Of course.
彼女と君たちにかけて誓う。
I swear it to her and you two.
それでは魔法の奇跡をシャノンに。
And now, let Shannon have the miracle of magic.
今こそ君の魂を人間に。
Now, your soul will become human.
一人分に満たそう。
You will become a single person.
集え、満たぬ魂よ。
Gather, incomplete souls.
一なる魂となりて愛を知りたまえ。
Become one and know love. When Zephyr and Furfur faced the heavens and yelled, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. They came from the losers of the trial, from Cannon, who had been defeated, and from Beato, who had dropped out. Slowly, the bodies of the two began to break down into flecks of gold dust. Uh-oh. What is?
これはどういうことだ。
What's going on here?
負けたら消えるとは聞いていないぞ。
No one ever said that the losers would disappear. As she yelled, Beato the Elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly.
カノンは死んだから消える。
Cannon has disappeared because he died.
そしてベアトはバトラーを愛するために生まれたからその資格を失って消える。
Beato was born to love Battler and is disappearing because she had lost the qualifications to do that.
これはとても公平。
It is quite fair.
あなたが生き残ったなら他の二人が消え去ったのだから。
If you had survived, the other two would have vanished.
我が妹よ、しっかりせよ。
Hang in there, little sister. Hang in there.
バトラの密室を解き救うのではなかったのか。
Weren't you going to solve Battler's closed room and save him?
こんなところで果ててどうする。
What are you doing? Getting vanished off in a place like, or finished off in a place like this?
それでも一なるわらわの片割れか。
You call yourself a part of our complete form? She's getting more transparent. Oh no, the transparency slider is going up. Why?
どうしてバトラさんを好きになるなんて目的のために。
Was I born?
生まれたんですか。
For the purpose of loving Battler's son?
どうして私は
Why?
バトラさんを好きなの。
Do I love Battler's son?
好きになる理由を
The truth is,
実は
I don't know.
知らないんです。
Why I started to love him.
はあ、
What?
こんな時に何を。
Why are you saying this now?
だって私
After all,
生まれた時に
when I was born,
バトラさんを愛しなさい、愛されなさいって。
I was told to love Battler's son and be loved by him.
それが目的で生み出されて、
That was my purpose.
だからどうして
So,
バトラさんを私は好きなのか
I don't really know.
よく知らなくて。
Why I love him. Oh no, this is where we learn. She's like, you know what? I didn't really like Battler in the first place.
人を好きになるのに理由などいらぬわ。
People don't need a reason to love each other.
消えるな。
Don't disappear.
そなたが消えたら誰がバトラを救う。
If you disappear, who will save Battler?
我が妹よ、ベアト。
Little sister, Beato.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice! Damn. Damn. Why?
どうして
Is it
バトラさんのことを好きなんですか。
that I love Battler's son?
お母様
Mother? Mother.
ああ、
Well.
俺ってさ、
Oh. Well,
家庭的なことか案外苦手なんだよな。
I'm actually not a big fan of the family-oriented type of girl.
この通りガサツな性格だろ。
You see how crude I am, right?
レディーファーストとか、女の子の前では礼儀正しくとか、そういうのはさっぱり苦手なんだよな。
I just can't handle acting politely in front of girls. Ladies first and all that stuff.
だから強いて好みはって言われると、
So, if I had to say what type I liked,
そうだな。ジェシカみたいなタイプの女なら結構好きかもな。
well, I'd probably like a Jessica-ish girl.
俺がガサツなように、向こうもガサツがちょうどいいんだ。
If I'm crude, why shouldn't she be too?
お互いよ、汚ねえ言葉遣いで気づかれなく、男女とか気にしないでバカがやれるラフな関係が理想かもな。
It'd probably just be perfect to have a rough, relaxed relationship where we can mess around without worrying about gender and be rude with no worries.
だからもしも俺に彼女ができるとしたら、
So, if I ever get a girlfriend,
いつも俺がジェシカとバカやってるみたいにはちゃめちゃな関係がいいよな。
I hope it's someone I can joke around with all the time. God, so true, Battler, so true.
あ、
Huh?
容姿の好み？
What would she look like?
別にそんなのは気にしねえけどよ。
Can't say I care much either way.
まあ 洋画とかに出てくる金髪ボイン、青目のグラマラスな彼女だったら
Well, if she did happen to be a glamorous woman, blonde and bouncy with blue eyes like in Western films.
最高だぜ。
That'd be awesome.
ちいちもませろーいってな。
I would love to rub those boobs. Beatrice, listen. I'm giving you my love for Ishimiya Battler. Become the kind of woman Battler wants. Take the golden hair he likes. Take the blue eyes he likes. Take this personality that matches his. And then, you must love him in my place. And then, if possible, you must be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please, take my feelings that went unfulfilled. My feelings that I couldn't hold back. And make my wish come true. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokenjima ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you'll become the master of this island and wait for the day that he comes to fulfill his promise. From this day forward, you will do this in my place. So, from this day forward, you'll no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all my worries onto you, while I alone try to find happiness. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And, one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything. You'll bring blessings to all lovers. When that happens, I pray that you and I will both succeed in finding happiness. From this day forward, you will no longer be me. From this day forward, I will no longer be you. The two of us will split apart a single soul and share it. And though, of course, neither of us will possess a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than those of humans. Let us be blessed, my dear Beatrice. No one will be able to see your form. However, I alone can see you. And if you are loved by many people, I'm sure that everyone will be able to see you someday. With love, they will be able to see us. Yoshia-kun.
私たちは
Are we
夢を見て
dreaming?
いるのか ふざけろ
Insane.
こりゃ何の冗談だよ
What kind of joke is this? Well?
なんだ、南條先生を
Get Dr. Nanjo.
南條先生を呼んできます。
Call Dr. Nanjo here.
ゴーだ
Goda.
もういい
That is enough. Genji, who had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke. And his were the most reasonable words spoken. If they called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no arm to take the pulse of, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like leftover snow on a spring day, Kennen's form had been, by now, not even a trace remained. His form had sparkled with a spray of gold, vanishing completely.
どこ
Where?
どこ行っちゃったの
Where did he go?
ヨシア君どこ
Where's Yoshia-kun?
ヨシア君ヨシア君
Yoshia-kun! Yoshia-kun! Damn. Actually wrecked. I'm a ghost. So long,
お嬢様
lady.
ジェシカ
No, Jessica.
カノンさん
Cannon-san.
僕たちはもう誰の目にも触れられない
By now, no one's eyes can see us.
それはつまり 彼らの世界ではいないのと同じことだけれども。
That means that we're no longer in their world.
でもこうして僕たちはここにいる。
However, we are right here.
そうですね。
You're right.
私たちはここにいる。
We are here.
僕たちには体なんて肉でできた檻でしかないのだから。
For us, a body is nothing more than a cage made of flesh.
悲しむ必要なんてない。
There's no need to be sad.
でも気の毒ですね。
But I do feel sad for her.
ジェシカさん。
For Jessica-san.
だからこれが僕の罪なのさ。
This is all my sin.
だから僕たち家具は恋をしてはいけなかったんだ。
This is why furniture isn't supposed to love.
あなたはこれから？
What will you do now?
姿を失っても、
Though I have lost my form,
そして話しかけることができなくても、
though I can no longer talk to her,
もしもジェシカが僕に語りかけてくれたとき、
and even though Jessica ever talks to me,
その背中でそっとうなずくくらいのことしかできないけれど、
I can do nothing except nod behind her back.
だからそばにいることにする。
I'll be by her side.
良いことだと思います。
I think that's wonderful.
君はどうする？
What will you do?
バトラさんを密室から助けたいです。
I want to save Badler-san from a closed room.
密室？
A closed room? After looking a bit taken aback, Cannon laughed gently. Beato, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little sour.
どうして笑うんですか？
Well, why are you laughing?
私には大切なことなんです。
This is very important to me.
だって密室なんて
But it's a closed room.
体のある人間たちの問題じゃないか。
That's something for humans with bodies to worry about. Right? Huh?
僕らはすでに肉の檻から解放された存在だよ。
We've already been released from our cage of flesh.
密室なんか僕たちの妨げになるものか。
How could a closed room hinder us?
そんなのいいんですか？
Are you sure about that?
だってチェーンロックとかガムテープの封印とか
I mean,
赤き真実とか。
there's a chain lock and packing tape seals and red truth.
そうか。
I see.
君は駒の世界じゃなくてそれより上の世界の存在だったね。
So, you aren't a being from the world of pieces, but a higher level world.
だから僕たちとは違う制約があるらしい。
That means your limitations are different from ours, or so I hear.
やれやれ。
Well, Ken stretched. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere.
カノンさん。
Cannon-san,
敗者同士の仲さ。
seeing as you're a fellow loser,
いいよ。
okay,
僕が行ってきてあげるよ。
I'll go for you.
僕がお屋敷の客室へ行ってバトラ様を外に出し、
I'll go to the guest room in the mansion. Let Badler-sama out.
入れ替わりでチェーンをかけて代わりにクローゼットに隠れる。
Set the chain behind me and hide in the closet in his place.
それでいいかい？
Is that enough?
気持ちは嬉しいです。
I'm glad for the sentiment.
でもカノンさんはいとこ部屋から出たくてもエリカさんの封印のせいで。
However, even if he wanted to leave the cousin room because of Erika-san's seals. Unlike the next room over, the cousin room containing Cannon was a guaranteed complete closed room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have to have no way to save Badler, he couldn't even escape himself.
なら君の魔法で僕に力を与えて。
In that case, use your magic to give me power.
私の
My
魔法で？
my magic? Yeah,
僕に魔法をかけて。
use your magic on me. Oh, wait.
私魔法の使い方なんて
I don't even know how.
君は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェじゃないのかい？
Aren't you Beatrice, the Golden Witch?
私は魔女ですけれど
I am a witch.
その
I am a witch, but
魔法どころか密室トリックもわからない
I don't even know about closed room tricks, much less magic. Cannon's like, we'll do something.
いいかいベアトリーチェ。
Okay, listen up, Beatrice.
一度しか教えないよ。
I'll only tell you this once.
魔女ってのはね、
This is what a witch is.
魔女ってのは
What a witch is? Alright, I'll tell you what. I did not have Canon in his ghost form speaking to Beato in her ghost form, schooling her on things on my bingo card. I'll be honest. What a witch is?
魔女ってのは
A witch is
謎を解かされる側じゃない。
not the one who solves puzzles.
謎を解かされる側じゃない
Not the one who solves puzzles?
ああ、そうさ。
Yeah, that's right.
どうして魔女が誰かの謎で頭を抱えてるんだい？
If you're a witch, why are you clutching at your head because of someone else's puzzles?
頭を抱えるのは魔女の仕事じゃないだろう。
That's not a witch's job, right?
じゃあ魔女の仕事は
Then, what is a witch's job?
僕の知ってる黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェという
The golden witch I know?
とびっきりの魔法で誰にもわからない難問を生み出して煙に巻いて嘲笑ってるやつを言うんだ。
Would have used insane magic to create a puzzle that no one could understand, confusing everyone and sneering.
誰にもわからない最悪の謎を作って徹底的に煙に巻いてこき下ろしてやれ。
Create a horrible riddle that no one can get, spin everyone around, and badmouth them.
相手に出された謎で頭を抱えるのはね、君じゃない。
You aren't
君
supposed
の相手の仕事だ。
you aren't supposed to clutch at your head worrying about your opponent's puzzles. That's your opponent's job.
悩むのは私の相手の仕事
Worrying is my opponent's job?
後ろ宮バトラーをどうやって密室から出すかを悩むんじゃない。
Don't worry about how Ishimiya Battler got out of the closed room.
チェーンロックの密室
A chain lock closed room?
バカバカしいね。
How trivial.
なら君はそんなのよりもっともっととびっきりの最高の密室を作ってやる。
I know I am getting really impatient. You need to create a much more spectacular, ultimate closed room. I'm just so excited. I just need to know.
あいつらを悩ませてやろうじゃないか。
And make it so that they're the ones worrying.
僕も手を貸すよ。
I'll even lend a hand.
悩むのは私じゃなくて
I'm not the one who worries?
あいつらの方さ。
She's so confused. That's for them to do.
地獄の悪魔をひれ伏して絶句する。
It's about time they learn the true terror of the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
最悪の密室トリックを無限に使いこなす。
The one who can
無
create
限の魔女ベアトリーチェの本当の恐ろしさ。
the one who can create endless closed room tricks of the most horrific kind.
そろそろ連中も思い出してもいいことだ。
Tricks that can make even the demons of hell prostrate themselves in shock.
バトラさんの密室より最悪の密室
A closed room even more horrific than Battler songs?
僕らはそれを手に入れてるじゃないか。
We've already gotten our hands on one, haven't we?
最悪の密室
A horrific closed room. In the back of Beato's mind, images she remembered began to flit by, one after another. The mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. trick, mistake, lure, taunt, trap, laugh together. Do you know about this trick? I think I've seen something like it in a book before. Beatrice's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up.
あともう一個。
And one more thing.
何です？
What?
それ密室の魔女の喋り方にふさわしくない。
That's no way for the witch of closed rooms to talk.
やっぱり私は。
So, after all, I must be... Cackle, cackle, me. Did she just, digivolve? The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held. Actually, I need to go to the restroom real quick. So I'm gonna just step away for just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to go to the restroom and also had to go run and get a package from some retail therapy I participated in a while back. Alright, let me see. What is, what's going on with the music here? Where is this? Let me see what the chat's saying. I mean, I guess that really benefits from second reading after knowing the truth. First time you really don't understand anything. All the allegories, foreshadowing, even blatant answers thrown in your face, fly over your head. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, and I, in my opinion, oh, where's the game? Come on. In my opinion, it's a cool thing, and I definitely respect that kind of like storytelling and narrative and writing and all that. It is, I don't know. I've thought this, especially as we've now hit like the second half of this game, that like there's a small part of me that's like, for lack of a better term, like fearful that I'm not going to truly appreciate it until I go back during certain moments and stuff. Like there's a slight bummer about the whole thing. I don't know if that's truly, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I read through this once. Maybe I read through this once and I'm still satisfied enough. But it's just, I don't know. Whatever. I don't need to do a post-mortem yet. We're still very long into the Umineko story. We still have much time to go, so I shouldn't, we shouldn't do it yet. I shouldn't do it yet. Alright, we got some funky music going on here at the ceremony. No, you're good. Take the time that I'm away to type out any feelings. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons partied raucously, Delanor could be seen leaning against a pillar, trying to escape from the noise. Delanor definitely screams introvert. I don't like this party. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her. Is that true? Allow me to speak. Aide Cornelia is currently heading towards the scene. I suggest that Lady Erika be contacted as well. Understood. I will tell her. Gertrude, contact the head of ceremony security. Prepare for battle. As you wish. And, I apologize for interrupting your chat. I am in charge of security for this ceremony. Huh? Is it me? Do you want something? I told you were going too far. Champagne Tower bowling was always a bad idea. Looks like it's time for a scolding. Giggle. Giggle. Hey, burn! Hey, what's going on? Did I do something wrong? The reception desk has received an envelope from an unknown sender addressed to Lady Lambda Delta. I always ignore anonymous calls and letters. Just throw it away. But please look at this. What's that? Did you tell anyone you received this? What is this? No, only 2 sisters at the reception desk and I know. They have already been ordered to keep silent. The instant she saw the envelope, Lambda Delta snatched away and lowered her voice. Byrne Costello had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erika. Byrne, and of course Erika, were both drunk. Great! If they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It's true that this envelope has no sender written on it. However, the seal done on it in gold leaf fulfills the same purpose. This seal is... Lambda Delta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out its contents, and read them. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she smiled like a kid who's thought of a nasty trick.
いかがしますか。
What is to be done?
狙撃犯は赤色弾頭を携行しています。
The sniper team is carrying red warheads.
ご許可をいただければ装填命令を出します。
If you give your permission, I will give the order to load them.
何言ってんのよ。
What are you talking about?
今日はどんだけ豪華な来賓が来てると思ってんの？
Do you realize how important these guests are?
万一参列者に流れ弾が当たったら
If a stray bullet hits one of these attendants,
シエスタこの得体の新しい妹たちは向こう10年は工場から弾頭台に直行しなきゃなんないくらいの責任になるわよ。
all the new Chiester sisters will be sent straight from the factory to the guillotine for the next 10 years.
了解。通常弾頭で対応するであります。
Understood. We will intercept with regular warheads.
煉獄の7姉妹には監視をつけますか。
Shall we post watches around the Seven Sisters of Purgatory?
いるわけないでしょ。
Why would we need those? Why would we need those?
だって7区はバトラの、そして今やエリカの家具じゃない。
After all, 7 stakes are battlers, and now Erika's furniture.
どうして味方に監視をつけちゃうの？
Why would we post watches around our allies?
とにかく警備を、まあそこそこにちゃちゃっと厳重にしなさい。
Just make sure security is nice and tight.
先ほどガートルード上席補佐官より準戦闘配備勧告を受けました。
Just now, we received a recommendation from Assistant Inquisitor Gertrude suggesting that we make preparations for battle.
理由は不明であります。
Her reasons are unknown.
ガートルードが？
From Gertrude?
じゃあ勧告に従っちゃいなさい。
Then, follow that recommendation.
パーティーは賑やかな方がいいってことでしょ。
A party's more fun once you liven things up.
了解であります。
Understood.
WO よりシエスタ17、シエスタ38、シエスタ45、コード R、警戒発令。
00 calling Chester 17, Chester 38, Chester 45, code R, be on your guards.
レベル2で待機を伝達。
Transmitting level 2 alert.
17、コピー。
17, copy.
38、コピー。
38, copy.
45、了解。
45, understood.
そこでコピーといえばかっこいいのにね。
It'd have been so much cooler if you'd said copy too. Nyeh.
焦っちゃってつい。
I just got nervous.
そうそう45。
Ah, right.
ちょっとこっち来て。
45, come over here a second.
なんです？
What is it?
ちょっと任務中です。
Hey, we're on the job.
ダメ、耳をいじんないで。
Stop, don't play with my ears.
耳
Your ears?
おっとくん。
Better fold them down. Nyeh.
なんですって？
What did you say?
冗談でしょ？
You're kidding, right?
ありえない。
That's impossible. I gotta say, whatever the fuck is happening, I kind of appreciate that this is happening and kind of unfolding as like wedding ceremony drama happening in like the background of like what's supposed to be like. It's obviously not a happy moment because it's obviously, so there's the first layer of this onion is like the dichotomy of like, oh, wedding ceremony supposed to be happy or whatever, and of course it's not. It's a bad situation. Battler's doing it against his will, all that jazz. And then you have this happening after the actual ceremony, that then like this little party is happening afterwards, and it's like you see what normally would be happening like at a wedding and everything, and then there's like the drama behind the scenes, you know, of with certain people knowing certain things happening and going on and trying to make sure things are still going and, you know, afloat well and everything. I just find it very, very a funny backdrop for all this.
現在コーネリアを向かわせています。
Cornelia is heading there now.
ベアトリーチェがここを襲撃する可能性が極めて大です。
The odds of Beatrice attacking here are extremely high.
披露宴を中断されて退避されることを進言いたします。
I recommend suspending the reception and evacuating.
どうしたのエリカ？
What's going on, Erika?
何か余興に手違いでも？
Something go wrong with the entertainment?
いいえ、我が主。どうぞ引き続き披露宴をお楽しみください。
No, my master. Please continue to enjoy the reception.
あ、誰か？
Hey, somebody?
ベルンカステル卿に梅干しワインのおかわりを。
Let's get Lady Bernkstill some more dried plum wine. Erika didn't have time to hide her agitation. When Bernkstill saw this, she knew that their final late guest had finally arrived.
ルシネ、
Lucini,
ゲストハウスで動きがあったそうよ。
I hear there's been some movement in the guest house.
ゲストハウス？
The guest house?
ゲーム版のことなんか今はくだらない話だわ。
Who cares about the game board now?
それが
Well,
密室のいとこ部屋からカノン君が失踪したって。
they're saying that Kanekun disappeared from the cousin room.
はあ？
What?
あんた分かってんの？
Are you a moron?
いとこ部屋は扉も窓も完璧に封印されてる完全密室じゃない。
The cousin room is a perfect closed room, with the door and all the windows perfectly sealed.
失踪なんて不可能だわ。
It's impossible for him to escape.
いや、私も裏を取ってきた。
No, I've been snooping about as well.
間違いない。
There's no mistake.
カノンはいとこ部屋より姿を消している。
Kennen has disappeared from the cousin room.
いとこ部屋のどこかに隠れてるとか、
He's probably hiding somewhere in the cousin room.
あるいは最初からうまくごまかしてもともと部屋に入ってなかったとか。
Or else, he's managed to trick everyone since the beginning. Or was never in that room to begin with.
不可能だわ。
That's impossible.
いとこ部屋にはエリカ卿が読み上げた特定個人数名以外の全員が入ってることが保証されてるのよ。
It's been guaranteed that everyone is in the cousin room except the specific names Lady Erika read aloud back then.
ごまかして逃れることは不可能だわ。
It's impossible for him to trick his way out of there.
どうやってユングフラウの封印結界を？
How did he get past the Zhongfrau seal bearer?
いや、それよりカノンは一体どこへ？
No, first off, where on earth is Cannon?
至急探しなさい。
Find him at once! At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. Oh fuck. The surprise commotion of the guests filled the cathedral.
来たわね。
She's here.
WO よりオールシエスタ。
00, calling all Chiesters.
コード R 警戒。
Code R alert.
シエスタ17。電源系統回復は？
Chiester 17, can you repair the electrical systems?
ネガティブ。
Negative.
管理室スタッフとの通信が途絶中。
Communications with the management staff have been severed.
オールシエスタ。コードレッド。
All Chiesters, code red.
ロックンロール。
Rock and roll! Copy!
コピー。
Copy.
コピー。
Copy.
了解。あ、じゃなくてコピー。
Understood. I mean, copy! The sniper teams in the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team down in the hall loaded their ammunition.
エリカ卿、控室へ退避を。
Lady Erika, let us evacuate to the waiting room.
ここは危険です。
It is dangerous here.
何が危険なんです？
What's dangerous?
この世界の領主は私です。
I'm the territory lord of this world.
その私が何に怯えて逃げろと言うんです。
Why should I have to run away in fear?
ガートルード、要人警護結界準備。
Gertrude, set up a VIP guard barrier.
コーネリアを至急呼び戻すのです。
Call Cornelia back here at once.
近景、対応中なり。
Yes, executing.
結界？
A barrier?
あんたらの無様でみっともない結界で婚礼衣装の私を包もうってんですか？
I need to be wrapped up in one of your pitiful, pathetic barriers while I'm wearing a wedding dress? Oh shit. Erika's becoming a bridezilla.
なんたら侮辱！
How insulting. This disturbance made even Battler groan as he sat in the next seat over like a doll. Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on.
遅かったじゃない。
She's late.
ね、ラムダ。
Right, Lambda? Oh, shit. Wrong button.
そうね。
Totally.
待ちくたびれちゃったわね。
She sure kept us waiting.
さっきのあれ、何？
What was that just now?
誰からのラブレタ
A love letter from someone?
ファンレターよ。
A fan letter.
ラムダちゃんファンクラブの。
From the Lambda Chan fan club. Lambda Delta played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The whispering demon attendants all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral.
来たみたいね。
Looks like she came.
ガープ。
Gap?
あなた、もう戻ってきていいんですか？
They let you come back too?
私にほら、牢屋って意味ないし。
Come on, putting me in a jail is pointless.
確かに。
True.
でもリーチェ、
But Riche,
バトラの密室もいとこ部屋も、
Battler's closed room, the cousin room,
そして唯一可能性のあった隣部屋もすべて封じられてしまった。
and even the final possibility, the next room over, have all been sealed.
どうやってバトラを救い出す気なの？
How are you planning to save Battler?
お嬢様が
Let us suppose.
何かのトリック X を用意できたと仮定しましょう。
And the lady has found some trick X.
となれば、
If so,
それをエリカ卿に突きつけるべく乗り込んでくるは必至。
she would inevitably have to march in here to thrust that in Lady Erika's face.
しかし、この大勢のシエスタ兵たちが相手では、
But against all these Chester troops?
まさかこんなに隠れていたなんて。
I can't believe this many of them were hiding here.
無理だわ。縫い殺されてしまう。
It's impossible. She'll be sewn to death. Rabbit ears dashed all about the hall. Incredible that she could remain hidden unnoticed with so many people around.
エリカに一度だけ肉薄するチャンスがあれば、五分の勝負までは持ち込めるわ。
If she can just get close enough to challenge Erika, she should be able to get herself an even fight.
なるほど、その手ですか。
I see. That move.
しかし、そのアイテムをお嬢様がお持ちだといいのですが。
However, does Milady have that item with her?
いつも面倒くさがって、いくらご用意しても嫌われていましたからな。
She always complains and dislikes it when I prepare them for her. What is it, cookies? Why did immediately did my mind, doesn't Renove make cookies?
やれやれ。
My.
最後まで世話の焼けるお嬢様だ。
She's a troublesome one to the end. Amid the crowd, Renove took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw, she understood what that in his hand meant. True, with that, it should be possible to stop the attacks from the Chester troops. What is it?
まあ、エリカに聞かなきゃそれまでだけどね。
Well, if it doesn't work on Erika, we're through.
問題は、たった一度でもいいから、エリカの真正面まで行けるかだわ。
The problem is getting her right in front of Erika, if only for a second.
シエスタたちはそれを断固阻止するはずよ。
The Chesters will probably prevent that with all they have.
リーアなら、
Leah,
その時間をプレゼントできそうね。
do you think you can gain her that time? Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chester troops standing at her back. Since the time she tried to jump out in front of the procession, she had been marked constantly. It was possible, with Virgilia's vast magical power, to momentarily take out all the Chester troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erika. The Chester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. The fragments became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. That golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance to that red carpeted path to the grave, a calm, majestic figure was. Guards, shoot to kill.
ネガティブ身元照合中
Negative. Conducting identity comparison. Delnor ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chester 00 didn't respond. Was it because she had been warned about shooting the guests, and was afraid of the consequences of possibly shooting a drunk guest pulling some sort of prank? Number 00 was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties.
おや
Ah!
これはこれは
Oh,
てっきりご欠席かと思っていましたよ
I'm here to fuck you up. Oh, what a surprise. And I thought you weren't going to make it. The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chester honor guards.
最高の来賓であるあなたがお越しにならないので
It took you quite some time to come here, most honored guest.
ご心配申し上げておりましたとも
You had us all quite worried.
でもせめて披露宴には間に合ってよかった
But I am glad you managed to make it to the reception at least. Beato laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly. You. The old Beatrice is back. Let's go! Did I keep you waiting? Furudo Erika? I'm here to celebrate. She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was there really any need to confirm her identity now? Who else could possess such an overwhelming presence? Via! Tris!
地獄で会おうぜはわらわの好む別れの挨拶言葉であるが
Let us meet again in hell is a favorite parting line of mine, but
身元確認
identity confirmed.
大ベアトリーゼ教徒確認
It is the great lady Beatrice.
まさにここがそうだぜ
This time, it really did happen.
フルドエリカ
Furudo Erika! At that moment, the two Chester troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. Renove had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he applied some sort of magic.
どなたかお医者様を
Someone find a doctor.
お嬢さん方が貧血な
These girls appear to be ill.
オールシエスタオープンファイヤ
All Chesters, open fire!
ーベアト今です
Oh my god, Virgilia. What is she doing? Alright, Beato, now! Just an instant before the Chester troops could fire, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present what her name had meant at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave that exploded throughout the cathedral. Its shockwave made the stained glass windows shatter, and colorful glass shards poured down everywhere.
冷戦防御復旧急げ
Spirit particle warfare defenses! Hurry on reboot! However, all the Chester honor guards didn't have spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. The ceiling snipers were defended and able to avoid a crash, but it would take several minutes before the system could be rebooted. That span of time should be enough to reach Erika. However, it wouldn't be possible to defeat Erika in just a few minutes. There's no way they'd be able to carry Battler away in that time. What else could they use this precious time for? Beato dashed down the red carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by Chester troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place hell. In that case, running from hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beatrice's figure dashing through the corpse-ridden path truly symbolized her resurrection. Oh, it's so symbolic. Milady, take this. Got it. As she dashed, she snatched something white from Renove's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. However, at that instant, a golden thread came from in front of her and rapidly sewed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine. Oh, we have a meddler. Reloading complete. Requesting data. Yeah. Firing radar targeted. Data link to 410. 410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded her ears and 45s over beforehand. So, they were the only ones who weren't taken out. Okay. Firing! Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, weaving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her. Impudence. You mean to delay my precious showdown with Erika? Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet, then dashed across the long table covered with beautiful food. The gold snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattering dishes left and right. The goat attendants ran about wildly, trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium. I can't believe some of those rabbits evaded the spirit particle attack. This is bad. If they take up that position, there's nothing we can do. The pair of snipers, attacking from the chandelier high above, were much further away than Erika was, too far for Beato to reach. Furthermore, their position landed the entire cathedral inside their range of fire. Too bad, nya. Beatrice-sama. The trials of love are harsh, nya. 45, new magazine. You mean this? Gap handed her the magazine. 45 always handed them over backwards, so 410 was a bit confused to have one handed to her the right way up. Nyeh. Nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. Let go, nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. No matter how distant a position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gap. Gap twisted their long ears up, then tickled them with their thumbs. The Jester's greatest weapon was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. I've got these two. But how many seconds do we have left? The other Chesters will be reactivating. On the other chandeliers, even more powerful Chesters were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more time. Ah, Gap. Thanks. I'm in your debt. Don't forget to thank these guys too. Beato! Good luck! Hang in there! You don't have much time. Erika! Beato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her. The place where Erika and Battler were seated. Then, a red barrier took form, blocking her path. It was a VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Beato's path.
近景これ以上の接近を許さないものと知りたまえ
Let it be known that you will get no closer.
そんな壁でわらわを止められると思うか
You think a wall like that can stop me?
シエスタ再起動まであと何秒です？
How long until the Chiesters reactivate?
30秒ないです
Within 30 seconds. As the oldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beato. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, so they couldn't move to help Beato. Donar glanced over at Lucifer. There was a coercive tint to her eyes.
あなたは主の命令ない限り動くことは許されません。
You are not allowed to move except by the orders of your master.
主って誰よ
Who's our master?
バカねエリカのやつってことになってるでしょ
It's Erika now, idiot.
違うわよ私たちの主はバトラ様だわ
No, our master is Battler-sama.
そうだエリカはその代理に過ぎない
True. Erika only speaks on his behalf.
そうよお姉様私たちは誰の家具
That's right, Oni-sama. Whose furniture are we?
美味しすぎるわつまみ食いしちゃおう
It's just too delicious. Let's dig in. The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder, and her concentration had wavered. But it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer.
誰の命令なりよ
By whose orders?
エリカ教にその指示はなきなりと知りたまえ
Know that Lady Erika has made no such order.
あるわ
We do have orders.
我らが主の命令よ
The orders of our master.
物言えぬ主に何を命令できるというなりよ
How can a master who cannot speak give orders?
物聞かずとも
Even though he can't talk.
それを察するが家具の道と見つけたり
Understanding your master's will is furniture's job.
ならやむなし
Then, it cannot be helped. The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Damn, Gertrude had chosen to take all those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to be called a literal Iron Maiden and receive no damage at all, it was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier.
上出来だ我が家具たち
Good work, my furniture. Beato shot through the scattered red fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival, Erika. However, there stood the final shield protecting Erika. Death sentenced Eleanor.
遅いです。
You're too late.
もはや時間切れです。ベアトリチェ卿。
Time is already up, Lady Beatrice.
シエスタ17よりオールシエスタへデータリンク
Chiester 17, data link to all Chiesters.
大天使衛星よりデータ入電誘導方式氷結型概念誘導
Incoming data from Archangel Satellite. Homing format. Verdict model conceptual guidance.
シエスタ20再起動完了
Chiester 20, reactivation complete.
シエスタ127再起動完了
Chiester 127, reactivation complete.
タイムオーバーに
Neehehehe. Time's up, Nia. Neehaha. No, not there. No. Woo.
リーチ
Reach it.
幸運を
Good luck. But... Delanor!
どけ、ドラノール・エーノックス。
Back off, Delanor A. Knox.
そなたの出番はない。
This isn't your fight.
あなたを否定する赤き真実をベルンカステル教より賜っています。
I have received a red truth denying you from Lady Berncastel.
ここがあなたの墓場となり、残念です。
I'm afraid that this will become your grave. I don't know what Berncastel has allowed her to say. However, don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me.
そなたとは後でたっぷりと遊んでやろう。
I'll play with you all you want later.
だが今はどけ。
But for now, back off. There's no time. The Giesters have already finished reactivating. I'm only living on a bit of borrowed time.
聞くのはあなたの方です。
You will be the one to retreat.
出番を間違えた哀れな出演者があなたです。
You are the pitiable actor who has chosen the wrong time to make an appearance. Delanor's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed straight for the crown of Beato's head. However, in that instant, there was thunk and the curve missed slightly. Beato didn't let this good fortune go to waste. Whoa. She slipped past the longsword, knocked Delanor aside, and finally stood right in front of Erika. This time, not a single person stood in her way. This is... popcorn? Where did this come from? Urgent request from the bride's bodyguard team. Let the Giester Sisters Imperial Guards fire at the intruder immediately. The commotion quieted. However, no one shot. Why? They could have shot if they wanted to. All the Giester troops had completely targeted her and removed their safeties. I mean, Lambda Delta, just let her do whatever she wants, honestly. I respect it. I respect it. Interfere if you, you know, want to see interesting things happen. They could have shot if they wanted to. All the Giester troops had completely targeted her and removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger. Why aren't they shooting? Let the ceremony guards immediately... Wait. Look at that. Delanor's expression grew grim. Then, she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erika would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore it, they could shoot to kill. However, if Erika picked that up, they must not do so. So, they couldn't pull the triggers until Erika decided. Why won't anyone shoot? Look closely. See what Beato just threw at Erika? Lambda Delta pointed, still chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beato had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erika. It had fallen to Erika's feet. What was that white thing? She really knows what she's doing, that girl. She knows what it means to be the main character. How interesting. The thing that had hit Erika in the face and fallen to the floor was a white glove that Beato had gotten from Renove. Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. It was... Oh! Zepar, what's this? What does it mean? Is this a dueling thing? Why in like the recesses of like my brain, I have like this one little like piece of like one little like dumb joke knowledge bit where it's like you slap someone with a glove and that means you want to duel them. Old cartoons? No, it's like a history thing. Like I know it from like, it must be like, I feel like it's something in history. Like I feel like I know this from something else. Like, unless I'm just like conflating it with something else. I don't know. I thought it was like an old-timey like thing. Oh, Zepar, what's this? What does it mean?
これは
This is
決闘の申し込みさ。
a request for a duel.
手袋を拾えばそれを受け入れることを意味する。
If she picks up the glove, it means she's accepted.
拾わなければシエスタたちが殺してくれるわ。
And if she doesn't, the Chiesters will shoot?
拾う必要ないじゃない。
Why would she pick it up?
拾わなくてもいいさ。
She doesn't have to.
でも決闘を逃げたおめえを僕らと参列の悪魔処刑は3回すべてに知らしめるだろうね。
However, we in the demon attendants would probably spread the word far and wide that she dishonorably ran away from a duel. I mean, so, okay, so Beato's only chance here, she seems, is, alright, let's go after Erika's pride. Because we know Erika's pride is quite a monumental thing. So, interesting. I mean, she would be known for eternity as a coward who ran away from a duel of love. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. If Erika just kicked it away, then at that very instant, the Chiesters would probably all fire at once, turning her into golden embroidery. So, Erika didn't have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's closed room trick and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So, she was afraid of doing it. It would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory.
拾わなければ
If I don't pick it up,
私はこの衣装を汚すことなくあんたを殺してしまいますね。
I can kill you without getting these clothes dirty.
それも披露宴の余興には面白い。
That would probably liven up your reception.
だが、そなたは拾うさ。
However, you will pick it up.
へえ、
Oh?
どうしてです？
And why is that?
わらわがそなたにぴったりの最高の土産を持ってきたからだ。
I've brought a wonderful gift just perfect for you.
そなたはそれが知りたい。
You want to know what that is?
だから拾うさ。
Therefore, you'll pick it up.
興味ないです。さようなら。
Not interested. Goodbye.
拾うさ。
You'll pick it up. Oh, she's trying. The voice of Beatrice compels you to pick it up. You'll pick it up.
わらわが持ってきた。
I know.
バトラの客室などくだらぬ。
That you want to hear about the closed room I've brought you.
もっとシンプルで単純で。
Which, unlike that trivial guest room of battlers,
絶対に解けぬ密室を。
is simple, basic,
そなたは聞きたいはずさ。
and absolutely cannot be solved.
絶対
A closed room?
解けぬ
That absolutely
密室。
cannot be solved?
そなたはわらわの挑戦を受けたいはずさ。
I know you want to accept my challenge.
なぜなら
After all,
そなたは
you are.
探偵だからだ。
The detective. Erika threw off her wedding dress as though it were a cape. Yes, before she is a bride or a priest or a witch, she is one thing first and foremost.
私は探偵です。
I am the detective.
あなたを私の対戦相手に認めます。
I acknowledge you as my opponent.
ただ、あなたはこのゲームに登場する資格を
However, are you qualified to participate in this game?
ロジックエラーは修正できたんでしょうね。
Have you managed to fix the logic error?
その手袋を拾えば
If you pick that glove up,
そなたとの戦いの中でそれが修正できたことを証明しよう。
I will prove that I fixed it in my fight against you. Good. Oh, the cathedral was filled with chatter. Erika had picked up the glove. A duel! A duel! The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Erika's nod, Delnor pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel. However, no one would be allowed to interfere in any way. It's okay, Battler-san.
あなたを助ける方法はもう見つけました。
I've already found a way to save you. How? Zombie battler.
あなたを助け出します。
I'm going to save you now.
もうしばらくだけ辛抱してください。
Please hang in there just a little longer. Beatrice's resolute expression returned, and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erika. Ah, there can be no doubt. That's the expression worn only by the Golden Witch. The presence of the master of closed rooms. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. That rushing figure was Cannon. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it, as though trying to break through, and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Cannon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. Whoosh! And as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Ishimiya family, which would never come back, or would never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then, the doors to the kitchen and the dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. There was the honor and rigidity of serving Kinzo directly. However, the man wasn't rigid all the time. Look at Kinzo. He's laughing. He's a great guy. When the family was out of sight and he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty, his face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Kraus-sama was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as though he was a classmate of mine. I started to regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madame was a really strict person. Ever since some rumor went around saying that she was strict on female servants but soft towards male servants, I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. When I've seen her alone, I've noticed her shoulders sag with the pain many times. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others stayed a long time. Genji-sama was the one person I might have called my father. I'm both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. They all mix together, cancel out, and I end up with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She's helped me out many times. I've always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my niece-san. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? Fuck that guy. I knew it! I hate that guy. Still, when I complimented his stew, he would sometimes turn red and say there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. I wonder why such a strong memory popped up at the instant I ran past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica. Oh. It's a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think about it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. I really did have enough time to build up a love that wouldn't lose to George Sama and Shannon's. But, since I could only see the gray sea, I wasted almost all of that time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we never really made that clear. No, she told me. We should have stayed together longer to eventually find that out. It would have been fine to find reasons for our love later. It took me far too long to realize that. Now, I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off, and they were stained with blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moment when his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set. Battler-sama. It's alright. I'm going to save you now. Battler responded faintly. He probably hadn't even imagined that help would come to this eternal closed room. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination brought about by a fleeting delusion that he couldn't bear to open his eyes easily. Cannon grabbed Battler by the arms and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain had made its way inside. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed, torn, and twisted up into a bundle. He had probably used trial and error to see if that could be used as a rope for some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options of escape. The traces could be seen throughout the room, and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood, and the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect this tale, he had nearly been prepared to accept Berncastell's brutal method of escape. Gross. Cutting himself into pieces and washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body to protect the game that Beato had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any way out. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years has it been in the closed room of the logic error? When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, was tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end. And, even in the last moment when his heart died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from this closed room, that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor, with a chain still around his neck.
Battler-sama.
Battler-sama.
Canon.
It's canon.
どうかお気をしっかり。
Please, come to your senses. He wiped Battler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again.
カノン君
It's you,
か。
Canon-kun.
そうです。カノンです。
Yes, it's me, Canon.
よくぞ
You did well.
今日まで耐え忍ばれました。
To endure until today. Heh.
ちょいと
Looks like
寝坊が
I slept in.
過ぎたみてえ
Just a little too
だ。す
much. Balor realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone.
もうバトラ様を縛るものは何もありません。
There's no longer anything binding you here.
さあ
Come on,
早くお戻りください。
please, head back quickly.
で
But,
でもよ
but,
あのチェーンを開けると
if I unset that chain lock,
また鎖につながれちま
that chain will come back.
大丈夫です。
Don't worry.
もうバトラ様を縛る鎖は存在しません。
No longer does any chain exist to bind you, Battler-sama.
僕がここに残ります。
I won't remain here.
う。何だって
What did you say? By now, Battler knew the terror of this endless closed room better than anyone else. So, he was more filled with shock than happiness. Shock at the determination of the one who was willing to become the new prisoner.
僕は大丈夫です。
I will be fine.
何も心配することはありません。
There's no need to worry. But,
しかし
but,
バトラ様はまだやらなければならないことが終わりなのではないですか。
Battler-sama, isn't there still something you have to do? I...
俺は
I...
早くお戻りを。
Go back. Quickly.
あなたの代わりに戦っている人がいる。
There's someone fighting in your place.
そしてあなたの帰りを待っている人がいる。
And there's someone awaiting your return.
あなたはまた
Will you not?
帰らないのですか。
Go back? His stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler.
本当にいいのか。
Are you sure?
はい、
Yes.
それでいいんです。
That'll be fine.
これであの時の借りが返せるのですから。
This way, I can repay my debt from back then.
借り
Debt?
俺カノン君に何か
Do you owe me something?
バトラ様の借りではありません。
You aren't the one I owe, Battler-sama.
いいから言ってください。
It's okay. So go.
僕は借りを作らない主義なんです。
I don't like being indebted to others.
さあ、早く。
Go. Quickly.
あなたは今度こそ待たせてはいけないんです。
You must not keep her waiting now.
だから早く。
So, hurry. Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Kennen had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave this closed room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Kennen went into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this endless closed room in Battler's place.
カノン君
Kennen-kun,
俺もだぜ。
I feel the same.
何がですか？
About what?
俺も借りを作らない男だぜ。
I don't like keeping debts.
この恩は必ず返す。
I'll definitely repay you.
それもすぐにだ。
And I'll do it soon. I mentioned this a little while ago, but I honestly, before I sat down for a stream today, I would not have guessed that it would be Canon who comes to the rescue here for Battler. Of all the possible side characters, you know? Side characters might be unfair, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I hope I can count on that.
さあ、走って。
Go on, run.
あなたの愛する人のところへ。
Run to the one you love.
そしてどうか、もう二度と迷わないで。
And please, never get lost again. Battler didn't turn back again. He ran with everything he had. Now the thing is, we know in this, again, talking about the many layers of existence, right? We know in this, like, weird meta-y-ish layer where it's like, it's basically in between the game board and, like, the true meta layer of existence. There's, like, this existence. We know the reason. Okay, fine. Canon, in his ghostly form, kind of came back and then, you know, sacrificed himself and became the one closing the room. But we need, now I'm curious to see what the actual explanation for this is. What does assumingly Beatrice have up her sleeves to say how Canon was able to escape the room, get here, and do this? I'm curious. He ran out into the corridor, whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the very end of the corridor, beyond the light. Canon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Now, he only had to worry about his own job. Stay in this room and fix the error in logic.
これで
Now,
チェーンロックをかけて。
I set the chain lock. As soon as he said it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Then, if he hid in the one place Erika hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. Closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space is the last place I'll see. As long as I remain hidden in here, logic will be preserved.
簡単な仕事だな。
That's an easy job.
バラの手入れより簡単さ。
Easier than caring for the roses. Canon went in it and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a single small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet, and vanished. It was a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of pieces would never tick again. So, for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place.
別にいいさ。
That's okay.
これで借りは返したよ。
This way, I paid back my debt.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice. The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, I've paid back all my debts now. Now, all my debts are...
ジェシカが貸してくれた音楽テープ。
That music tape Jessica lent me.
返してないや。
I never gave that back, did I?
いいよね、ジェシカ。
That's okay, isn't it, Jessica?
あれ、気に入ってたんだ。
I like that one.
だから、プレゼントにしてもらってもいいかな。
Can I accept that as a present?
ダビングして渡すから。ダメ。
You want me to dub over it and hand it back? Slowly, Cannon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And, after the inside of the cramped, dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium, it faded away like the light of fireflies, and was painted over by a pitch blackness for all eternity. In the cathedral, the goat attendants were all jostling around either side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beato and Erika. In their hands were the pistols given to them by Zeppar and Furfur.
フリントロック式ですか。
Flintlocks, are they?
また古風な。
How old-fashioned.
気にするな。
Pay it no mind.
悪魔というのは様式美にこだわるものでな。
Demons are very particular about style. Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. This wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder. Like the pistols used in the duel between Shannon and Cannon, whose bullets had contained a magic that would always kill, these pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead. Beato.
心配の必要はないわよ。
There's no need to worry.
あっさり勝って、またリアは悪態の日々だわ。
She'll win easily, and you'll have to deal with her insults again, Leah.
この勝負が終わりましたら、たまには有給を申請してみましょう。
When this match is over, we should ask to be paid every now and then.
私、この戦いが終わったら、たまにはぶらりとカリブの方へ船旅にでも。
After the fight ends, perhaps the occasional trip down to the Caribbean would be satisfactory.
この勝負が終わった
Gotta-
らはやめとけって。
Gotta love about fucking Renove keeping his priorities straight. Enough talk about when the fight is over.
決闘前に演技でもないわ。
That's an ill omen before a duel.
ベアと緊張感を持って
Beato, take this seriously.
ヘラヘラ笑ってる場合じゃありません。
This is no time to be standing around laughing.
なんでリーチがリラックスしてて、リアが緊張してんのよ。もう。
Why is Riche relaxed and Leah tense? Come on.
ベアトリーチェ様しっかり
Oh my god. Alright, Beatrice-sama, you can do it!
ベアトリーチェ様に不利な一騎打ちだ。
Beatrice-sama is at a disadvantage in this duel.
どうして？
Why?
本来魔女は手数で勝負できる。
Normally, witches are able to use strength and numbers to achieve victory.
ところがゲームが中断されたため、手持ちはバトラ様の客室の謎くらいしかないのよ。
However, since the game has been suspended, she has nothing on her side except the riddle of Battler-sama's guest room.
エリカはその謎だけ青きくさびでうがっても、すべての謎を解明したことになってしまう。
If Erika can just strike a blue wedge through that one riddle, it'll mean she solved everything.
勝てるわよ。
They can win.
ベアトリーチェ様と
I believe in Beatrice-sama.
バトラ様の
And Battler-sama.
我らが二人の主を
Our two
私は信じる。
masters.
お呼びですか
Did you call me?
ありがと
Thanks.
う。珍しく
For once,
勝ちも負けも五分五分だと思ってます。
feels as though our chances of winning are 50-50.
だから先にお礼を言っときます。
So I'd like to thank you beforehand.
すべて職務です
It is simply my job.
感謝の必要はありません
There's no need to thank me.
あんたが前回のゲームの時、
In the last game,
私がボロクソに負けたのにかばってくれた時、
when you protected me after I lost pathetically,
嬉しかった。
I was happy.
私生まれてから誰かにかばわれたのってあれが初めてだった。
That was the first time in my life that anyone has ever protected me.
我が主にさえ私はかばわれたことがない。
Even my master has never done so.
私が主に与えられたのは暴かれた真実には暴き返すことで自分の痛みを打ち消すという。
All she has given me is a way to cancel out my pain by exposing the truth of others,
傷つけ合いの仕方だけでした。
so that everyone ends up hurting each other.
傲慢をお許しください。
Please, forgive my arrogance.
私は守らねばと思いました。
I felt that I needed to protect you.
あなたがどんなか弱い真実で生き、
When I realized what a frail truth you live by,
それをよりもっともらしい虚実の横暴で虐げられてきたか察したとき、
when I saw you being tormented by the tyranny of a mixture of truth and lies that seemed more plausible,
あなたを守りたいと思いました。
I wanted to protect you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
短い間だったけどあんたは最高のパートナーでした。
It wasn't for long, but you are a wonderful partner,
これからもです。
and will remain so.
そうですね。
You're right.
あいつを倒したらあんたと一緒にこの島でいっぱいミステリーを作りましょう。
Once we've defeated her, let's make tons of mysteries on this island together.
そしてそれをあんたに出題していじめて遊ぶ。
I'll have you solve them and tease you as we play.
どうです？
How does that sound?
気に入れました。
I like it.
あなたの挑戦楽しみにしています。
God, get a room. I look forward to your challenge. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. One moment. Buffering? Holding. All right, I think I came back. I honestly don't know what's happening today. I mean, it's one of two things, right? There's a chance that I don't know, maybe it's on Twitch's end. You know, I mean, I think the easy thing is to like blame it on me or whatever. But I'm gonna say it's Twitch's fault. What was the previous line? You're right, once I've defeated her, let's make tons of mysteries on this island together. I'll have you solve them and tease as you play. How does that sound? I made some joke about like, oh, get a room or something. I mean, at the very least, I can tell when it goes out. Like, I have, obviously, OBS lets me know that there's like some kind of problem. But I don't know. And like I said, on the recording, none of this is going to be seen. The recording should just continue without a hitch. And it's not, I don't think it's my internet necessarily. So it's either something with the upload or, like I said, the pipeline between this and Twitch. Though I wouldn't know how to check on Twitch's side. I like it. I look forward to your challenge.
あ、嘘ごめん。
I think Twitch just doesn't want me to finish this chapter. Ah, sorry. That's a lie.
今の撤回です。
I take it back.
こういうのマキフラグって言うんでしょ？
That'd be one of those loser flags, wouldn't it? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Ah ha 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 ha. Yeah. No, I know. The stream actually, it didn't just like buffer. It actually like... The ties got severed. But it's okay. We're fine. If that happens, just know I'm still here. I'm still here just reading Umineko. Unless my power goes out, I'm still here. Then that's a bigger issue if that were to happen. I don't know, is it rain? It's not like storming outside, is it? Is there some kind of problem with like the actual... I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it though. I refuse to worry.
Now, are you ready, duelists?
When the two demons clapped their hands, the duelists instantly returned to their bold, tense smiles.
魔法の銃に込める弾は鉛じゃないわ。
The bullets within those magic guns are not lead.
ミステリーとファンタジーのうがち合いは赤と青の真実を弾とするべきさ。
They are bullets of red and blue truth for the battle between mystery and fantasy.
互いに真実がある限り弾は無限。
As long as you possess truth, your bullets are endless.
ただし一撃でも当たれば即死。
However, being hit by a single one means instant death.
両者覚悟はいいね。
Are you both prepared?
当然。
Certainly.
無論。
Of course.
栄光ある元老院の議員にして偉大なる絶対の魔女大ラムダデルタ卿。
Lady Lambda Delta, O great and powerful witch of certainty and member of the glorious Senate.
おいでませ。
Please come forward.
汝この決闘の立ち会い人となることを誓うか。
Will you swear to oversee this duel?
もちろんよ。
Of course.
誓うわ。
I swear it. The crowd split, and Lambda walked toward with Bern Castell by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then, she took out an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high.
ベアトリーチェより封書にて物語の修正書を受け取ったわ。
Beatrice has sent me her revisions to the tale inside a sealed envelope.
審査の結果、内容は有効。
After inspecting it, I find its contents to be valid.
ロジックエラーの回避を宣言するわ。
I proclaim that the logic error has been avoided.
チェーンロックはかかったまま。
The chain lock is still set.
これまでの赤き真実に一切矛盾しない。
And without any contradictions with any red truth made up to this point. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The many goat attendants knew the details of Battler's closed room. They realized how difficult it was. And, though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, none had been able to find an answer. And now, it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one.
よって本決闘は有効。
Therefore, this duel is legitimate.
決闘はたった一点。
It will center around one single point.
バトラの客室の密室をめぐって行われるわ。
The closed room of Battler's guest room.
チェーンロックがかかった密室から後宮バトラは失踪した。
Battler disappeared from within a closed room sealed by a chain lock.
これについてエリカは青き真実の争点を。
Therefore, Erika has been armed with the blue truth.
ベアトリーチェは反論の赤き真実の争点を。
Beatrice has been armed with the red truth to counter back.
決闘は決着がつくまで続けられるものとする。
The duel will continue until one side is victorious.
上等だ。
Splendid.
上等です。
Perfect.
OK。
Okay.
それではベアト。
Well then, Beato.
あなたが修正した新しい物語と謎をエリカに提示して。
Present your new, revised tale and riddle to Erika.
密室のいとこ部屋より
Canon used magic
カノンは魔法にて封印を破らずに脱
to escape from the cousin room without breaking the seals.
出。密室に至り魔法にてバトラを密室の外へ脱出させた。
He reached the guest room and used magic to let Battler escape from that closed room.
くだらない物語。
What a foolish tale.
結構。
Very well.
エリカ側確認は？
Erika, is there anything you wish to confirm?
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
The one who rescued Battler was, without a doubt, Canon.
受けようぞ。
Very well.
バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
The one who rescued Battler was, without a doubt, Canon.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
バトラとカノンは別人である。
Battler and Canon are different people.
受けようぞ。
I'll say it.
バトラとカノンは別人である。
Battler and Canon are different people.
結構です。
That's enough.
エリカ、確認は以上？
Erika, are you done confirming things?
今ので結構です。
That'd be pretty good. That was all I needed.
戦い方は決まりましたので。
I've already decided how to fight.
オッケー
Okay?
両者は弾丸を装填なさい
Let both sides load their bullets. Erika turned around, pressed her finger against the barrel of the pistol, made her Bluetooth into a bullet, and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beato's bold smile. Beato had already finished loading her Red Truth. She waited for Erika to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then, she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of the Territory Lord, right next to the two witches who were here as witnesses. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beato had come to duel for his sake, so that he could be saved. It was all he could do to just look at Beato with those sluggish eyes. But a flood of emotions passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Erika closed her eyes tightly, her finger still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions of the outside world disappear. Good. Oh, we got new battle music. It's always been like this, but my concentration really is good. Are you ready, me, Furuto, Erika? First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from that closed room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Cannon didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is the next step. No, it's actually a step before that one. Cannon was in the cousin room in the guest house. That room was completely sealed with packing tape, and it's been proven that the seal was intact until the time of the logic error. In other words, Cannon escaped from a closed room that was absolute, with no chance for excuses or twisted logic. Good. Good. This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate closed room. How did he escape from the perfect closed room known as the cousin room? Heh. If I got stuck thinking only about that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfect closed room, so there's no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways to escape from there is a waste of time. The real question is how Cannon was somewhere outside the cousin room when it was sealed. The cousin room is a completely sealed can, I guess. If he was in there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. In other words, at the time the cousin room was sealed, he wasn't inside it anymore. Let's look at the time I checked everyone's locations and sealed the rooms. That's the most suspicious part. At that time, we have the 5 people in the next room over, whom I confirmed with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo. I mentioned the names of the 5 people during the location check and confirmed that they were in the next room over. Then, I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin room and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone else, so whether he was Cannon or Yoshia or even Puru Puru Picoman, they all should have been sealed in the cousin room. It seems perfect at a glance. However, though that phrase everyone else seems perfect, it's fishy. Strictly speaking, everyone else refers to all humans whose names I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over. So, humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin room. It seems that Cannon told Jessica that his real name was Yoshia, but that was no Red Truth. In other words, what if Cannon's real name is the same as one of those in the next room over? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. So, what if there are 2 Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the Red Truth saying that Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo are in the next room over. Let's say that Cannon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Shiramiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. Looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but a 6th person, Cannon, was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see. The double name trick. Stupid. So stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Cannon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin room, left by the window after the seals were placed. Bang! Ow. The gun had fired, and the tip of my finger was stained with blood. The Blue Truth gunpowder had exploded. Ah. Damn it. I've already had Delanor seal that one. Blue Truth arguing about the window of the next room over is forbidden. So I can't use it. Ah, she can't use the Blue Truth. Ah. Oh, oh, it's come back to bite Erika. Okay, so I can't use it.
どうした暴発か
Oh, an accidental discharge?
弾は慎重に込めぬとな
Careful now. Guns can be dangerous.
うるさいです。
Shut up.
ちょっとしたミスです。
It's just a little mistake.
隣部屋の窓
The window of the next room over?
くだらん小細工で塞いだようだなガープに聞いたぞ
You sealed it with some absurd trick, right? Gap told me.
そうですか。
Is that so?
それが何か
And so what?
ドラノールそのくだらぬ封印を解け
Delanor, remove that foolish seal.
今やその封印は貴様らの枷である
That seal has become your shackles. Beatrice figured out everything I've been thinking. And she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument.
エリカ卿
Lady Erika,
解いてください。
please remove it.
あんやろう。
That fool.
後悔させてやります。
I'll make her regret this.
準備はいいようだね。決闘者たち。
It seems you are ready, duelists.
よければ向き合って銃口を。
Please face each other with your pistols.
そして真実の火種で着火を。
Then fire with the sparks of truth. After facing away and readying herself one last time, Erika spun around. Beato had been facing her since the beginning. She wore a confident, challenging smile, as if she'd been kept waiting. Then, without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints that hid within their barrels at each other.
来い楽しませてもらうぞ
Come, I could do with a little fun.
始めなさい。
Begin!
まずカノンがいかにしていとこ部屋の密室から脱出したか。
First is how Cannon escaped from the cousin room.
それを弾丸とします。
I'll use that as my bullet.
ほうそちらから来るか
Oh, so you'll start from there.
来るがよいぞ
Let's have it.
存分に
Hold nothing back.
参ります。
Here I go. After holding the gun high and pointing at Beato once more, Erika pulled the trigger with statements of red and blue truth.
いとこ部屋は完全な密室が最後まで保証されています。
The cousin room is guaranteed to be a perfect closed room until the end.
よってカノンがこの部屋に本当にいたなら脱出は不可能です。
So, if Cannon really was in this room, it would be impossible for him to escape.
つまりカノンは封印時にいとこ部屋にいなかったのです。
In other words, Cannon was not in the room at the time it was sealed.
カノンの名は仮のもの。
The name Cannon is an alias.
本名は未だ不明です。
His real name is still unknown.
彼の本名が仮に隣部屋の誰かと同じだったなら隣部屋の在室確認に矛盾しない。
If his real name happens to be the same as anyone in the next room over, that wouldn't contradict the check on who was in that room.
つまりいとこ部屋に収容されず隣部屋にいることができるということ。
In other words, it's possible for him to be in the next room over, not the cousin room. The goat attendants chattered and clapped their hands, thinking, yes, such a move would work. Ah, I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am the detective.
隣部屋は確かに封印されましたが
It is true that the next room over was sealed.
ロジックエラー時には扉のみしかその維持が証明されませんでした。
But at the time of the logic error, only the doors were checked to see whether the seals were preserved.
よって窓の封印は破られた可能性があります。
Therefore, there's a chance that the window seals were broken.
カノンは隣部屋に存在し、その窓から脱出したのです。
Cannon was in the next room over and escaped through that window. I like thinking that since these are all technically supposed to visually be like red and blue bullets like going off, she's just like, as she's like saying this, she's just like bang 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 bang, and Beatrice is just standing there like, that is all. Any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said, that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erika's gun that fell to the floor. Beato's red bullet had knocked Erika's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Erika's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Beato had missed on purpose. There was a bold smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Erika a little longer. No, that's exactly what made her Beato. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable closed room tricks. I read that weird, but at the time the next room over was sealed. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo were in it. And the number of people in the next room over was 5. No one existed there except for those to whom those 5 names refer. All people can only go by their own names. It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It was simple and severe. Now that the number of people had been limited to 5, any leeway for Cannon hiding there had been completely denied. Also, it was now clear that only people holding those 5 names existed within the room. Erika couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person held 2 names, so that the 5 names referred to only 4 people, which would let an unnamed Cannon sneak in. Furthermore, the part about how people could only use their own names was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories. Come to think of it, you've only ever met the half-sleeping me from the previous game, haven't you? What do you think, Erika? How do you like the game of the Golden Witch? That's insane. Are you saying that Cannon slipped out of the room by magic? More importantly, why did you just knock my gun away? The human side must crush all the witch's riddles, whereas the witch side need only crush the human's theories once. Don't you find that unfair? So, I decided to have it be even. Even? I've decided that I'll make my victory condition the destruction of all your theories. I've won the riddle of Cannon's escape, but there's one more. Let's return to the first battleground, where you gave Battler so much trouble. When Beato snapped her fingers, that guest room of Battlers was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all.
Erika, 拾え銃を。
Erika, pick up your gun.
この部屋をお前の棺桶にしてくれるわ。
We'll have this room be your coffin.
その言葉そっくりお返しします。
I say the same to you.
私にチャンスを与えたことを
I'll make you regret
後悔させてやります。
ever giving me this chance.
立ち会い人よ。
Witness?
エリカに X を許す。
Allow Erika to use X.
X?
X?
説明不要の根拠ね。
You mean a basis that doesn't need to be explained?
で、何を許すの？
What are you gonna let her do?
エリカはカノンの密室脱出トリックの説明義務を負わずに
Let's give Erika permission to use blue truths for canon in this guest room trick.
カノンをこの客室トリックをめぐる青き真実に組み入れることを許そうぞ。
Without making her explain how he escaped from his closed room. A theory explaining how Canon saved Battler would also need to explain how Canon escaped from his own closed room, or it would have no basis. Erika had already lost that basis. Beatrice was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part. Damn. So cocky. We missed the cocky Beato. Of course.
あんたはカノンがバトラーを助けたことを赤き真実で保証してるんですから。
You've already used the red truth to guarantee that Canon saved Battler.
そんなのもらえて当然です。
It's only natural that I be given this privilege. Erika faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on a radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to zero. Let's go, Furuto Erika. Detective Furuto Erika. As long as Canon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Canon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Canon entered in his place. Canon set the chain lock. Canon went into the closet. The end. This satisfies the two red truths about the chain lock being set in Battler's absence. And, in exchange for this escape trick, Canon remains inside the guest house. There's no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a closed room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic closed room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, is such a simple theory really enough? The rescuer switched places with him. Then, the rescuer hid in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible. And yet, Beato thinks she can win. In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely, definitively, categorically no other way. But if I give in here, I couldn't call myself a detective. Consider it. Imagine. Don't stop thinking. That's how you drive blue wedges into witches. What I can expect to see is, yes, a wordplay trick. It can only be some kind of wordplay that just barely sifts through the net of words spoken in red. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll have them repeat line after line. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet. Repeat it.
バトラ救出時、客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。
At the time Battler was rescued, only Canon entered the guest room.
認めよう。
I acknowledge it.
バトラ救出時、客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。
At the time Battler was rescued, only Canon entered the guest room.
そういう話のつもりだね。
I believe that was the whole point.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
私の入室からロジックエラージまで、私とバトラとカノン以外に入退出したものは存在しない。
From the time I entered the room to the time of the logic error, Battler, Canon, and I were the only ones who entered or exited the room.
認めよう。
I acknowledge it.
そなたの入室からロジックエラージまで、客室を出入りしたのはそなたとバトラとカノンのみ。
From the time you entered the room to the time of the logic error, you, Battler, and Canon were the only ones who went in or out of the guest room.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
それはすなわち
This
3人のことである。
this refers to 3 people.
認めようぞ。
I acknowledge it.
そなたとバトラとカノンで3人である。
It refers to 3 people. You, Battler, and Cannon.
定義確認。
Confirming definition.
この3人の定義は体の数に等しいと考えていい？
Can I assume that when you say 3 people, that's equal to the number of bodies?
3体が出入りをしたってことですよね。
You're saying that 3 bodies went in or out of the room, right? I've had enough of things being mixed with the names and numbers of people. I want this point to be clear.
無論だ。
Of course.
3人、すなわち3体が出入りした。
3 people, in other words, 3 bodies, went in or out.
そなたとカノンは入ったのみ。バトラは出たのみ。
Only you and Cannon entered, and only Battler left.
すべての名は本人以外に名乗れないと赤き真実ですでに語っている。
It has already been said and read that all people can only use their own names.
よってエリカ、バトル、カノンの名はいずれも本人にしか名乗れぬのだ。
Therefore, the names Erika, Battler, and Cannon can only be used by those people.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
私は救出者ではない。
I am not the rescuer.
当然だ。
Of course.
そなたは探偵ではないか。
You are the detective, are you not?
安心せよ。わらわはそれを尊重する。
Don't worry, I will respect that.
定義確認。
Confirming definition.
救出者の定義とは？
How do you define rescuer? This is also important. I want to quickly remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally.
救出者とはバトラの開けたチェーンロックを再びかけ直したものということにする。
I'll define rescuer to mean any person who reset the chain lock after Battler unset it.
バトラを救う意志があったかどうかは問わないことにしておく。
This definition applies whether said person intended to rescue Battler or not. Since you said after Battler unset the chain lock, it's impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. From that point on, I wouldn't undo the chain again for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it is impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More, I can focus it even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know that Battler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Cannon can be the rescuer. And Beatrice has already said that Cannon is the rescuer of the Red Truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Cannon to be involved. At least, so far.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
出入りの定義とは客室と外部の境界をまたいだかどうかである。
Going in or out refers to when someone crosses the boundary between the guest room and the area outside it.
認めよう。
I acknowledge it.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
客室とは
By the guest room, we're referring to the entirety of
ベッドルーム、
the bedroom,
バスルーム、
the bathroom,
クローゼット内のすべてを含む。
and the closet.
認めようぞ。
I acknowledge it.
クローゼット内を客室でないと言い逃れる気などさらさらないわ。
I have no intention of wiggling out of this by saying the closet isn't part of the guest room.
定義確認。
Confirming definition.
客室内とはベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内の3区分である。
The inside of the guest room is divided into 3 sections: the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet.
わらわもその認識でいるぞ。
I also recognize it as such.
そしてすでにそなたはベッドルーム、バスルームの2区分で
Furthermore, you have already confirmed with the Red Truth that that 2 of those sections,
誰も隠れていないことを赤き真実で確認したはずだ。
the bedroom and the bathroom, had no one hiding in them.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
クローゼット内には誰かがいる。
There's someone in the closet.
拒否する。
I refuse.
どうして？
Why is that?
カノンがそこに隠れているからですか？
Because Cannon is hiding there?
カノンは魔法が使えるのだぞ。
Cannon can use magic.
確かにクローゼットに一時姿を隠しはしたが、その後すぐに魔法で姿を消したのだ。
It's true. that he hid himself in the closet for a time, but he then immediately vanished with his magic.
だからクローゼット内には不在。
So, there is no one in that closet.
よって復唱はできるわ。
I cannot respond.
それの復唱を再要求します。
I ask you to repeat it once more.
バカ。魔女側には魔法で行ったことについて説明する義務はないわ。
Fool. The witch side has no obligation to explain how they did things with magic. No, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Canon disappeared with magic using the red truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. Can't think of any way around the theory I've had since the beginning. Canon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. I'll say it again. This closed room can only be escaped from by switching places with the rescuer. If Canon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. However, no rescuer exists for Canon. Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him. I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who have gone in and out of the room have been confirmed both by name and number of people. At this rate, my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain lock that I previously set. So, can't be that he escaped after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. The guest room was sealed at the time Battler's corpse was examined, so until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, when I entered the room, it was certain that Battler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premises, Battler's trick to escape with the chain still set is as follows. Because of the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allowed Battler's escape, is Canon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Battler. After Canon entered the room, he set the chain, hid in the one place that he could hide inside the guest room, the closet. Whoa, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought I cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet. What was the order in which I searched the guest room? First, the bedroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. Then, the bathroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. That's it right there. When I examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, while I was investigating the bathroom, Canon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, my guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart during a span of 1 minute. I've spotted it. This is the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Canon's in the closet. The place he's really hiding is the bedroom. Does she have it? There's no way. Oh.
見つけた。
I found it.
やっと見つけましたよ。
I finally found it.
あんたの
Your
トリック。
trick. That was a close one. If I'd been one step slower, I'd have said there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet. And then she'd just say that the closet was empty. Huh? No, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see. Now I get it. It's a logic switching trick. Damn that Beato. So, in resolving the logic error, she's discovered this strange trick. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Canon hide under the bed. And if I only notice the bed, she'll have Canon hide in the closet. Even though either one would be right, I'd lose no matter which I chose. Unless I expose both at the same time, I can't checkmate her. Incredible. I've never heard of such an unfair trick. If it was a sleight of hand, it'd just be a cheap one. if it was a mystery, it'd just be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it's a legitimate logic trick. In chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. Or wait, would it be a discovered double checkmate? Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witch is a mystery war, it is such a refined board layout. The beautiful placement of the black pieces that cornered my white king felt almost like an art. So beautiful that if I were a god in some old legend, I might wish to stick it in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I felt honored at being allowed to participate in this game of truth and witches as a human. And, ironically, it taught me, the one who had always believed in a single truth, that there isn't necessarily just one truth. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see completely different truths. And though each of those truths are truth, they're incomplete if they're all you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths have I missed because I was blinded by some trivial truth? This is the true nature of the world. Because of our arrogance in thinking that only one truth exists, whenever we find one truth, we get blinded to all others. Thank you, Beatrice-san. I never thought that I would learn the true nature of this world from a witch. Slowly, with a soft and quiet gesture, like a flower opening with the morning dew dripping down its side, Erika raised her gun. It's my victory. I've seen through your double check. Then come. Battler's guest room disappearance trick is as follows. While I searched the room, Battler was hiding in the closet. Then, during the disturbance in the bathroom, he unset the chain and escaped from the room. At that time, Canon was waiting for him in the hallway. Canon entered the guest room in his place and set the chain. This is the trick to Battler's disappearance. And afterwards, he hid in the bedroom. This happened after I checked to see that there was no one unexpected in the bedroom, so it's valid. In this way, Canon the rescuer concealed himself in the bedroom. Erika's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of the blue truth, and pierced straight down through the bed and the floor beneath. Beato didn't pull her trigger. However, she did quietly argue back with the red truth. Canon does not exist in the bedroom. Oh, the goat attendants gasped. Erika had apparently been defeated, denied by the red truth. For the goats, who couldn't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though I've lost.
次が本命です。
Next up is the real one.
これが並び立つ真実を知り得た人間の答えです。
This is the answer from a human capable of understanding multiple truths.
どうやら幻想物語では第二の晩までが終わってるみたいですし。
It looks like the tale of illusions will end on the second twilight.
ならば私が残りの晩を遂行して。
So, why don't I carry out the remaining twilights?
黄金鏡への扉を開いてあげましょう。
And open the door to the Golden Land.
あなたが負けて消えるならば。
If you are to disappear,
それは黄金のバラに包まれてがふさわしい。
then you should be surrounded by your golden roses. The fires of blue truth flashed at Erika's feet, and she loaded a blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato. She was aiming behind Beato, at the closet.
ベッドルームを否定したならば、もう逃げ場はここしかない。
Now that the bedroom has been denied, you've nowhere left to run.
死ね！カノン！
Die, cannon! The 5 wedges of blue truth she released shot right past Beato's cheeks, hair, and shoulders. Then pin-cushioned the door to the closet to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, on the 7th twilight, on the 8th twilight, gouge and kill and kill and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance. This is gonna be like some fucking... Obviously, the story here is referring to it as the human intentionally, not revealing who's in there. There's gonna be a switcheroo. I've got a feeling it's gonna be something crazy. It's gonna be like Erika's in there, and she like killed herself. She killed her own peace self or something. Beatrice, dots.
これが私の暴く真実です。
Here's the truth I've exposed.
以上。
That is all. When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges piercing the closet disappeared. However, the many large splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. Then, as though this completed the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the room that had been created around them became countless golden flower petals and drifted away. By now, the duelists and the crowd of attendants were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beato remained. It stood there all by itself like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a dreary wind, the whole covered closet door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. That figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a grayish robe. Of course, it also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually, it became clear that this was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had been rushed here from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared. What? What the? Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness.
客室にカノンは存在しない。
Cannon does not exist in the guest room.
もちろん クローゼット、ベッドルーム、バスルーム、このすべてにおいてである。
Of course, this includes all parts of the closet, the bedroom, and the bathroom. Huh? Huh?
カノンはバトラーを逃がし、クローゼットに隠れ。
Cannon let Battler escape and hid in the closet.
そして魔法にて消え
Then, he used magic to disappear.
た。それが魔女の真
This is the witch's truth.
実以上。
That is all.
勝負ありです。それ以上は
勝者
What? Whoa, whoa, hey, 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 hey. I didn't even get to. What? Where's Delanor's line? It just went. It just escaped. It's disappeared. And the winner is
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice! Oh. Oh! The attendants let out a cheer. Virgilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. The seven sisters jumped about in celebration. Then, at the same moment the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory, the head's ring worn by Erika, who was slowly crumpling to the ground, and the cursed ring on Battler's finger both burst. At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Battler was starting to regain consciousness.
バトラー
Battler! Battler-san! Beato latched onto the coughing Battler in joy. Then, Virgilia, Gap, and Renove did the same. All the seven sisters also crowded about him in delight.
ひでえトリックだ。
What a nasty trick.
こんなので通ると思ってんのか？
Are you sure something like this will count?
こんなトリックじゃまた人間どもがこんなのミステリーじゃねえって騒ぎ出すぜ。
With a trick like this one, those humans will start complaining again about how this is no mystery.
いいえ、立派なトリックです。
No, it was a splendid trick.
愛がない人には見えないです。
People without love cannot see it.
バトラさん、
Battler-san.
バトラさん。
Battler-san. Wow.
エリカ卿、エリカ卿、
Lady Erika. Lady Erika.
誰か手当てを。早くです。
Someone help her quickly. The rose of blood in Erika's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals.
第3度概念否定症
Third degree conceptual denial syndrome.
存続系中和剤は不可大至急の最短承認でのみ中和可能
Use of continuous neutralizer impossible. Neutralization can only possible by an emergency approval for resurrection.
駒の主の最短承認が必要なり
The piece's master must provide approval for resurrection.
ベロンカステル卿、最短のご許可を。
Lady Bernkastel, give your approval for resurrection.
ベロンカステル卿、どちらに？
Lady Bernkastel, where did she go?
式典警備隊に捜索要請ベルンカステル卿を探したまえ
She's like, I don't want to associate with this loser anymore. Search request to ceremony guards. Find Lady Bernkastel.
了解であります
Understood.
オールシエスタデータリンク捜索体制
All Chiesters, data link, search format.
卑劣。
How cowardly.
主が
To think that someone's master
駒の決闘を見届けないなんて。
wouldn't watch her pieces duel until the end.
卑劣が過ぎると知れ。
No, that is far too cowardly. Erika, who was being held by Delanor, had already realized that her master was nowhere to be seen. But she didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the first or last moments of her life. Gods and demons. Please pass on the story of her noble passing. Noble? Huh.
悪役ってのはきっちり無様に散って主品を盛り上げなきゃです。
A bad guy is supposed to die pathetically and make the main character look awesome. I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role.
Erika,
Lady Erika? You mustn't move. Stand back. Stay back! When Erika yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her were forced back and fell on their butts. I am? Oh no, are we... Uh-oh. I am... Waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the internet to fix itself. Reestablishing. Come on. We got this. Alright, we're back. I think. No? Yes? Uh-oh. I'm waiting. I can see you, chat! Let me give it just a bit here. Oh, man. I mean, I could search here. Let me see. Let me see if, like, Twitch is having problems. By a quick search here. It's definitely not my internet, is the thing. Oh, it came back. We're back. We're back. Alright, I'm gonna claim it. I'm gonna claim it. I don't think it's my end. I think Twitch is having problems today. I'm gonna say it's not me. I deny all responsibility of this. I think Twitch is having problems today. I refuse to believe it's on my end. It wouldn't make any sense. I truly think Twitch is having problems today. Not to just, you know, shrug off potential responsibility on my end, but it's not like, I mean, what would be, you know what I'm saying? I blame it, and it's truly, it can't be my internet because like I'm connected to a million other things at the moment. Not necessarily connected to a million other things, but like I'm, you know, I can see things. I blame Bezos directly. Alright, so where were we? When Erika yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her were forced back and fell on their butts. Did we see that line? She yelled, she was like, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm doing the dying thing. And then she's like, yelled. Okay, cool. Furuto Erika says, I am...
真実の魔女、フルトエリカ。
The Witch of Truth, Furuto Erika.
真実の魔女とは真実に耐える魔女です。
The Witch of Truth is the witch who can withstand the truth.
私はようやく
Now.
自分の本当の真実を受け入れられそうなんです。
I can finally accept the real truth about myself. The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beato, hugging each other and looking at her. Their expressions are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. For a loser, that sort of expression is the best.
エリカ卿、もう決闘は終わっています。
Lady Erika, the duel is already over.
終わってないんだ。
It isn't.
死が二人を分かつまで
Not until the pair is separated by death.
誰にも彼女の散り際を汚せない。
We won't let anyone disgrace her final moments. The two demons grabbed Delnor's shoulders and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erika walked towards Beato and Battler despite it all. As the blood dripped from her, became golden flower petals, which drifted away. So, as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one of them died. So, even though it had been settled, it hadn't ended. Beato and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked forward to face the noble loser.
Erika.
Erika.
復活おめでとうございます。
Congratulations on your resurrection.
あんた、長男の層を持ってますよ。
Looks like you have bad luck with women.
ろくな女に好かれやしない。
You'll never get a decent one to like you. The pettiness sounding in your final moments of death. Just, you're dying, you're slowly dying out, and you're like, fuck you.
そうだな。
True.
俺もろくな女に惚れねえな。
And I'll never fall in love with a decent woman.
ベアト。
Beato.
いいえ。あんたたちに頼みが。
No, I ask this of both of you.
もう人たちを望むのですか？
You wish for one final clash?
エリカ。
Erika.
受けようぞ。
Very well.
そなたの高潔なる申し出を断る無粋をわらわたちは持たぬ。
We are not so boorish as to refuse your noble request.
ありがとう。
Thank you. As her consciousness began to waver, Erika raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Beato also raised her gun to point at Erika. Ah! Then, Battler placed his hand on hers. Oh, this is so romantic. Let's be real. So romantic. Hand in hand. Over the shoulders. I'm gonna shoot this fucking annoying pest that has been like pestering us for like 2+ episodes, you know? I too hope I can remove my enemies like this at some point in my future.
もう決着してるのに。
If it's already resolved,
これ以上何の論点があるというのです。
what more could there be to argue about?
エリカ様。
Erika-san.
私は
Why?
なぜ
Is there nothing I can do?
何の力にもなれず
At a time like
ここに
this?
見届けなさい。
Watch until the end.
それが
親友の仕事でしょ。
That's your job as her friend, isn't it? Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. So, though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use?
最後に
Now,
自己紹介しとこうと
at the end,
思いまして。
I'd like to finally introduce myself. What's she saying? This late into the game. No one could imagine the red truth Erika had loaded. Oh my god, what is she gonna say? Oh, the anticipation is killing me! What is she on about? What is Blood waffling about? Beato. Are you sure? Yes. Also, I hate to pause at just a moment, but like this Beato is still, for all intents and purposes, the young Beato we know, right? She was just, I imagine, channeling the more confident, older, experienced, weathered Beatrice, I imagine, for this battle. Like, she just got her shit together, and she was like, all right. And there, I assume there's nothing, anything funkier happening, right? I am led to believe that this is still inexperienced Beato. That, and then she just, they're both the same. Well, I know they're the same. It's semantics, wordplay, whatever. Fuck it. I digress. Beatrice says yes. I don't mind. I understand. Let's at least pull the final trigger together. I know. Balor placed his hand on top of the finger that Beato had around the trigger. Like I said, this is romantic as hell. Nothing is more... This is the most romantic thing this game has ever done. Shooting Erika to death, hopefully. Battler-san, I'm glad I met you. We will be together for all eternity. Alright, get this mouse out of the way. Aha! You just had to flirt right in front of me. It's pissing me off. You know, I really can't stand teary farewell scenes. Yes, the bad guy really does need to wear this face at the very end. That's a nice look. Married life with you probably would probably have been fun enough to make me vomit. Of course. I'd spin you around every day. Locked up in a world of pleasure that'd make you forget Beato-san in a second. Huh? It's 1,000 years too early for you to capture Battler's heart, little girl. You've never looked cuter than you do now. I guess both of us really do need to finish it this way. Come. This is Detective Furuto Erika's final parting line. And self-introduction. Erika spun in a magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering blood and golden flower petals around her as she raised her gun. Hi, Pleased to meet you.
探偵フルドエリカと申します。
I'm Furuto Erika, the detective.
招かれざる客人ですが、どうか歓迎を。
I may be an uninvited guest, but please welcome me.
我こそは来訪者。
I'm the visitor,
ロッケン島の18人目の人間。
the 18th human on Rokujima.
申し訳ないが
Sorry, but
そなたを迎えても
even if you do join us,
17人だ
that makes 17 humans. Damn. Song goes hard. Have I figured out the mystery yet? No. I'm just an absolute dum-dum. Remind me who Battler is again? What's the name of the island they all go to? What's a questions arc? Remind me what a visual novel is again? Umineko, Nocturne, Truth and Illusions. The questions arc. The question arcs is a video game. The questions / question arc / arcs. Yay! Claps all around. Claps for everyone. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how long the Tea Party and question mark thing is. I don't know how long that is. I also don't know, like, obviously Twitch has been obnoxious. I think that was like 2.5 disconnects. 2 or 3 actual hard stutters there, and then definitely 2 disconnects. Is it better for me to just, and I also don't, like I said, I don't know when I need to actually remove myself tonight. Do we just do it? I mean, it would be nice if I did it today, but like, we could just do this on the 31st. We could just do our Tuesday Umineko. Then that would be on Halloween. That would be a Halloween Umineko, finishing the tea party and everything. Tea parties aren't as long as the long ones. I'm thinking. I could finish them if I had time. Plus that creates, but then it creates a weird thing, because then we got like, we just finish them on, it could be like, what, an hour or less maybe, then, potentially, depending on how short you're saying short is. Then on Thursday, then what, do we just go into the next episode still on the same thing, or do I just do something else, or is it just, I'm trying to think. I'm debating in my head. I'm debating. I'm thinking. I'm going back and forth. I'm thinking. I'm trying to run so many simulations in my brain right now. I'm thinking that we just wait. I think we just call it a stream. I'm leaning towards it. At the extreme risk of then making the Tuesday Umineko kind of weird. I thrive in the weird space. Let's call it a day. And we'll just say October 31st. October 31st. Halloween. Halloween day. Tuesday stream will be doing the tea party and this question mark section. And then we'll do that. And then we'll debate there. Then we'll have another debate. We'll go, do we go into the next episode truly? Do I do something else? Does it stand on its own as a stream? Whatever the case is. We'll figure out then as we cross the bridge. Again, apologies for all the disconnects and everything. Like I said, I it sounded like I was saying it as a joke with doing unable to do any research, obviously, because I wasn't actually searching. I'm gonna say that this was maybe one of those times. It happens. I usually avoid it, but it could be a Twitch end thing, because for everything I could see, like, it's one of two things, right? Some problem with the some problem with the upload. And there's some problem there on my end, or Twitch's end actually, in theory, I guess, of receiving the signal, or Twitch just having problems in general. I don't know. That tends to happen sometimes, though. I think. So, again, apologies for all those. Apologies, the watching experience is not great. I don't think, for any reason, the actual video recording that you'll see up on YouTube is going to suffer any problem. So on that point, there's just going to be awkward moments where I pause, where I'm like, oh shit, it's breaking down, and there's like nothing happening. So that's cool too. But I mean, good job, everyone. As much as I am good, you know, I'm getting us through Umineko. You're along for the ride, and we've now finished episode 6. We've all finished episode 6. So tea parties and such, and 2 more episodes to go. Seemingly, again, talk about a miracle, magical miracle. We finished all of episode 6 within the month of October. So I'm going to say victory on that front. Still on pace to finish before the end of the year. Stream tomorrow? I would hope so, but I might be busy during the day. So if there is a stream tomorrow, it would be a Sunday night thing. Or maybe super early. I don't know. But in saying that, don't be surprised that I might miss stream tomorrow. Just being 100% honest. And so if I miss a day, I'm not going to be too upset. So 50-50 on stream happening tomorrow. If it does, it'll be either super early or super late. Not super late, but late night. Because I think I'll be busy during the day. So thanks so much for watching. Hope you have a great Saturday. There's still plenty of Saturday left as opposed to the normal Umineko end of Saturday streams. Have a great rest of your night. Have a great whatever. Like I said, we'll finish up Umineko, technical whatever appendices of chapter 6 on Tuesday. So until then, so long.